The Éclogas and the Geórgicas. By Virgil. The Éclogas. How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit completeaudiobooks.com for more quality content. I, Tityrus and Melibos. The argument. The occasion of the first pastoral was this. When Augustus had settled himself in the Roman Empire, that he might reward his veteran troops for their past service, he distributed among them all the lands that lay about Cremona and Mantua, turning out the right owners for having sided with his enemies. Virgil was a sufferer among the rest, who afterwards recovered his estate by Maecenas' intercession, and as an instance of his gratitude compassed the following pastoral, where he sets out his own good fortune in the person of Tityrus, and the calamities of his Mantuan neighbors in the character of Melibos. Melibos. Beneath the shade which beechen boughs diffuse, you Tityrus entertain your sylvan muse. Round the wide world in banishment we roam, forked from our pleasing fields and native home. While stretched at ease you sing your happy loves, and Amaryllis fills the shady groves. Tityrus. These blessings, friend, a deity bestowed, for never can I deem him less than God. The tender firstlings of my woolly breed shall on his holy altar often bleed. He gave my kind to graze the flowery plain, and to my pipe renewed the rural strain. Melibos. I envy not your fortune, but admire that while the raging sword and wasteful fire destroy the wretched neighborhood around, no hostile arms approach your happy ground. Far different is my fate, my feeble goats. With pains I drive from their forsaken cotes. And this you see I scarcely drag along, who yeaning on the rocks has left her young. The hope and promise of my failing fold. My loss by dire portents the gods foretold. For had I not been blind I might have seen yon riven oak, the fairest of the green, and the hoarse raven, on the blasted bough, by croaking from the left presaged the coming blow. But tell me, Tityrus, what heave nly power preserved your fortunes in that fatal hour? Tityrus. Fool that I was, I thought imperial Rome, like Mantua, where on market days we come, and thither drive our tender lambs from home. So kids and whelps their sires and dams express, and so the great I measured by the less. But country towns, compared with her, appear like shrubs, when lofty cypresses are near. Melibos. What great occasion called you hence to Rome? Tityrus. Freedom, which came at length, though slow to come. Nor did my search of liberty begin till my black hairs were chonged upon my chin. Nor Amaryllis wowed vouchsafe a look, till Galeadia's meaner bonds I broke. Till then a helpless, hopeless, homely swain, I sought not freedom, nor a spur to gain. Though many a victim from my folds was bought, and many a cheese to country markets brought, yet all the little that I got, I spent, and still returned as empty as I went. Melibos. We stood amazed to see your mistress mourn, unknowing that she pined for your return. We wondered why she kept her fruit so long, for whom so late ungathered apples hung. But now the wonder ceases, since I see she kept them only, Tityrus, for thee. For thee the bubbling springs appeared to mourn, and whispering pines made vows for thy return. Tityrus. What should I do, while here I was enchained? No glimpse of godlike liberty remained, nor could I hope in any place but there to find a God so present to my prayer. There first the youth of heave nly birth I viewed, for whom our monthly victims are renewed. He heard my vows, and graciously decreed my grounds to be restored, my former flocks to feed. Melibos. O fortunate old man, whose farm remains for you sufficient, and requites your pains. Though rushes overspread the neighboring plains, though here the marshy grounds approach your fields, and there the soil a stony harvest yields, your teeming ewes shall no strange meadows try, nor fear a rot from tainted company. Behold yon bordering fence of sallow trees is fraught with flowers, the flowers are fraught with bees. The busy bees with a soft murmuring strain invite to gentle sleep the laboring swain, while from the neighboring rock, with rural songs, the pruner's voice the pleasing dream prolongs. Stock doves and turtles tell their rouse pain, and from the lofty elms of love complain. Tityrus. Inhabitants of seas and skies shall change, and fish on shore and stags in air shall range. The banished Parthian dwell on error's brink, and the blue German shall the Tigris drink. Arai, forsaking gratitude and truth, forget the figure of that godlike youth. Melibos. But we must beg our bread in climes unknown, beneath the scorching or the freezing zone. And some to far Oaxus shall be sold, or try the Libyan heat, or Scythian cold. The rest among the Britons be confined, a race of men from all the world disjoined. Oh, must the wretched exiles ever mourn, nor after length of rolling years return? Are we condemned by fate's unjust decree, no more our houses and our homes to see? Or shall we mount again the rural throne, and rule the country kingdoms, once our own? Did we for these barbarians plant and sow, on these, our happy fields bestow? Good heathen, what dire effects from civil discord flow! Now let me graft my pears, and prune the vine. The fruit is theirs, the labor only mine. Farewell my pastures, my paternal stock, my fruitful fields, and my more fruitful flock. No more, my goats, shall I behold you climb the steepy cliffs, or crop the flowery thyme. No more, extended in the grot below, shall see you browsing on the mountain's brow, the prickly shrubs, and after on the bare, lean down the deep abyss, and hang in air. No more my sheep shall sip the morning dew, no more my song shall please the rural crew. Adieu, my tuneful pipe, and all the world adieu. Tityrus. This night, at least, with me forget your care. Chestnuts and curds and cream shall be your fare. The carpet ground shall be with leaves o'erspread, and boughs shall weave a sea veering for your head. For see yon sunny hill the shade extends, and curling smoke from cottages ascends. 2. Alexis. The argument. The commentators can by no means agree on the person of Alexis, but are all of opinion that some beautiful youth is meant by him, to whom Virgil here makes love, in Corydon's language and simplicity. His way of courtship is wholly pastoral. He complains of the boy's coyness, recommends himself for his beauty and skill in piping, invites the youth into the country, where he promises him the diversions of the place, with a suitable present of nuts and apples, but when he finds nothing will prevail, he resolves to quit his troublesome amour, and betake himself again to his former business. Young Corydon, unhappy shepherd swain. The fair Alexis loved, but loved in vain. And underneath the beechen shade, alone, thus to the woods and mountains made his moan. Is this, unkind Alexis, my reward? And must I die unpitied, and unheard? Now the green lizard in the grove is laid, the sheep enjoy the coolness of the shade, and Thestilis wild thyme and garlic beets, for harvest hinds, o'erspent with toil and heats. While in the scorching sun I trace in vain thy flying footsteps o'er the burning plain. The creaking locusts with my voice conspire, they fried with heat, and I with fierce desire. How much more easy was it to sustain proud Amaryllis, and her haughty reign, the scorns of young Menalcas, once my care. Though he was black, and thou art even fair. Trust not too much to that enchanting face. Beauty's a charm, but soon the charm will pass. White lilies lie neglected on the plain, while dusky hyacinths for use remain. My passion is thy scorn. Nor wilt thou know what wealth I have, what gifts I can bestow, what stores my dairies and my folds contain. 1,000 lambs that wander on the plain, new milk that all the winter never fails, and all the summer overflows the pails. Amphion sung not sweeter to his herd, when summoned stones the Theban turrets reared. Nor am I so deformed, for late I stood upon the margin of the briny flood. The winds were still, and if the glass be true, with Daphnis I may vie, though judged by you. Oh, leave the noisy town, oh, come and see our country cots, and live content with me, to wound the flying deer, and from their coats with me to drive afield the browsing goats, to pipe and sing, and in our country strain to copy, or perhaps contend with Pan. Pan taught to join with wax unequal reeds. Pan loves the shepherds, and their flocks he feeds. Nor scorn the pipe, Amintas, to be taught. With all his kisses wowed my skill have bought. Of 7 smooth joints a mellow pipe I have, which with his dying breath Demetas gave, and said, This, Corydon, I leave to thee, for only thou deservest it after me. His eyes Amintas durst not upward lift, for much he grudged the praise, but more the gift. Besides 2 kids that in the valley strayed, I found by chance, and to my fold conveyed. They drain to bagging udders every day, and these shall be companions of thy play. Both flecked with white, the true Arcadian strain, which Thestilis had often begged in vain. And she shall have them, if again she sues, since you the giver and the gift refuse. Come to my longing arms, my lovely care, and take the presents which the nymphs prepare. White lilies in full canisters they bring, with all the glories of the purple spring. The daughters of the flood have searched the mead for violets pale, and cropped the poppy's head, the short narcissus and fair daffodil, pansies to please the sight, and cassia sweet to smell, and set soft hyacinths with iron blue, to shade marsh marigolds of shining hue. Some bound in order, others loosely strode, to dress thy bower, and trim thy new abode. Myself will search our planted grounds at home, for downy peaches and the glossy plum, and thrash the chestnuts in the neighboring grove, such as my Amaryllis us to love. The laurel and the myrtle sweets agree, and both in nosegays shall be bound for thee. Ah, Corydon, ah, poor unhappy swain, Alexis will thy homely gifts disdain. Nor, shouldst thou offer all thy little store, will rich Iola's yield, but offer more. What have I done, to name that wealthy swain? So powerful are his presents, mine so mean. The boar amidst my crystal streams I bring, and southern winds to blast my Flori spring. Ah, cruel creature, whom dost thou despise? The gods to live in woods have left the skies, and godlike Paris in Th'idean grove, to Priam's wealth preferred Oenone's love. In cities which she built, let Pallas reign. Torres are for gods, but forests for the swain. The greedy lioness the wolf pursues, the wolf the kid, the wanton kid the browse. Alexis thou art chased by Corydon. All follow several games, and each his own. See from afar the fields no longer smoke, the sweating steers unharnessed from the yoke. Bring, as in triumph, back the crooked plough. The shadows lengthen as the sun goes low. Cool breezes now the raging heats remove. Ah, cruel heaven, that made no cure for love. I wish for balmy sleep, but wish in vain. Love has no bounds in pleasure, or in pain. What frenzy, shepherd, has thy soul possessed? Thy vineyard lies half pruned, and half undressed. Quench, Corydon, thy long unanswered fire. Mind what the common wants of life require. On willow twigs employ thy weaving care. And find an easier love, though not so fair. 3. Polemon. Menalcas, Demetas, Polemon. The argument. Demetas and Menalcas, after some smart strokes of country raillery, resolve to try who has the most skill at a song. And accordingly make their neighbor Polemon judge of their performances, who, after a full hearing of both parties, declares himself unfit for the decision of so weighty a controversy, and leaves the victory undetermined. Menalcas. Ho, groom, what shepherd owns those ragged sheep? Demetas. Agons they are, he gave me to keep. Menalcas. Unhappy sheep of an unhappy swain. While he ne'er courts, but courts in vain. And fears that I the damsel shall obtain. Thou, varlet, dost thy master's gains devour. Thou milk'st his ewes, and often twice an hour. Of grass and fodder thou defraud'st the dams. And of their mothers dugst the starving lambs. Demetas. Good words, young catamite, at least to men. We know who did your business, how, and when. And in what chapel too you plaid your prize. And what the goats observed with leering eyes. The nymphs were kind, and laughed, and there your safety lies. Menalcas. Yes, when I crept the hedges of the leas. Cut Mickens' tender vines, and stole the stays. Demetas. Or rather, when beneath yon ancient oak. The bough of Daphnis and the shafts you broke. When the fair boy received the gift of right. And but for mischief, you had de-wide for spite. Menalcas. What nonsense wowed the fool thy master prate. When thou, his knave, canst talk at such a rate. Did I not see you, rascal, did I not? When you lay snug to snap young Damon's goat. His mongrel barked, I ran to his relief. And cried, there he goes, stop the thief. Discovered and defeated of your prey. You skulked behind the fence, and sneaked away. Demetas. An honest man may freely take his own. The goat was mine, by singing fairly won. A solemn match was made, he lost the prize. Ask Damon, ask if he the debt denies. I think he dares not, if he does, he lies. Menalcas. Thou sing with him, thou booby. Never pipe. Was so profane to touch that blubbered lip. Dunce at the best, in streets but scarce allowed. To tickle, on thy straw, the stupid crowd. Demetas. To bring it to the trial, will you dare? Our pipes, our skill, our voices to compare. My brined heifer to the stake I lay. 2 thriving calves she suckles twice a day. And twice besides her beastings never fail. To store the dairy, with a brimming pail. Now back your singing with an equal stake. Menalcas. That should be seen, if I had one to make. You know too well I feed my father's flock. What can I wager from the common stock? A stepdame too I have, accursed she. Who rules my henpecked sire, and orders me. Both number twice a day the milky dams. And once she takes the tail of all the lambs. But since you will be mad, and since you may suspect my courage, if I should not lay. The pawn I proffer shall be full as good. 2 bowls I have, well turned of beechen wood. Both by divine Alcimedon were made. To neither of them yet the lip is laid. The lids are ivy, grapes in clusters lurk. Beneath the carving of the curious work. 2 figures on the sides embossed appear. Conon, and what's his name who made the sphere? And shewed the seasons of the sliding year. Instructed in his trade the laboring swain. And when to reap, and when to sow the grain. Demetas. And I have 2, to match your pair, at home. The wood the same, from the same hand they come. The kimbo handles seem with bear's foot carved. And never yet to table have been served. Where Orpheus on his lyre laments his love. With beasts encompassed, and a dancing grove. But these, nor all the proffers you can make, are worth the heifer which I set to stake. Menalcas. No more delays, vain boaster, but begin. I prophesy beforehand I shall win. Polemon shall be judge how ill you rhyme. I'll teach you how to brag another time. Demetas. Rhymer, come on, and do the worst you can. I fear not you, nor yet a better man. With silence, neighbor, and attention wait. For 'tis a business of a high debate. Polemon. Sing then, the shade affords a proper place. The trees are clothed with leaves, the fields with grass. The blossoms blow, the birds on bushes sing. And nature has accomplished all the spring. The challenge to Demetas shall belong. Menalcas shall sustain his undersong. Each in his turn your tuneful numbers bring. In turns the tuneful muses love to sing. Demetas. From the great father of the gods above. My muse begins. For all is full of Jove. To Jove the care of heaven and earth belongs. My flocks he blesses, and he loves my songs. Menalcas. Me Phoebus loves, for he my muse inspires. And in her songs, the warmth he gave, requires. For him, the god of shepherds and their sheep. My blushing hyacinths, and my bays I keep. Demetas. My Phyllis me with pelted apples plies. Then tripping to the woods the wanton hies. And wishes to be seen, before she flies. Menalcas. But fair Amintas comes unasked to me. And offers love, and sits upon my knee. Not Delia to my dogs is known so well as he. Demetas. To the dear mistress of my love-sick mind. Her swain a pretty present has designed. I saw 2 stock doves billing, and ere long will take the nest, and hers shall be the young. Menalcas. 10 ruddy wildings in the wood I found. And stood on tiptoes, reaching from the ground. I sent Amintas all my present store. And will, tomorrow, send as many more. Demetas. The lovely maid lay panting in my arms. And all she said and did was full of charms. Winds on your wings to heaven her accents bear. Such words as heaven alone is fit to hear. Menalcas. Ah! What avails it me, my love's delight, to call you mine, when absent from my sight? I hold the nets, while you pursue the prey. And must not share the dangers of the day. Demetas. I keep my birthday, send my Phyllis home. At shearing time, Iolas, you may come. Menalcas. With Phyllis I am more in grace than you. Her sorrow did my parting steps pursue. Adieu my dear, she said, a long adieu. Demetas. The nightly wolf is baneful to the fold. Storms to the wheat, to buds the bitter cold. But from my frowning fair, more ills I find. Than from the wolves, and storms, and winter wind. Menalcas. The kids with pleasure browse the bushy plain. The showers are grateful to the swelling grain. To teeming ewes the sallow's tender tree. But more than all the world my love to me. Demetas. Pollio my rural verse vouchsafes to read. A hayfar, muses, for your patron breed. Menalcas. My Pollio writes himself, a bull be bred. With spurning heels, and with a budding head. Demetas. Who Pollio loves, and who his muse admires. Let Pollio's fortune crown his full desires. Let myrrh instead of thorn his fences fill. And showers of honey from his oaks distill. Menalcas. Who hates not living Bavius, let him be. Dead Mevius, damned to love thy works and thee. The same ill taste of sense wowed serve to join. Dog foxes in the yoke, and shear the swine. Demetas. Ye boys, who pluck the flowers, and spoil the spring. Beware the secret snake, that shoots a sting. Manalcas. Graze not too near the banks, my jolly sheep. The ground is false, the running streams are deep. See, they have caught the father of the flock, who dries his fleece upon the neighboring rock. Demetas. From rivers drive the kids, and sling your hook. Anon I'll wash them in the shallow brook. Manalcas. To fold, my flock, when milk is dried with heat. In vain the milkmaid tugs an empty teat. Demetas. How lank my bulls from plenteous pasture come. But love that drains the herd, destroys the groom. Manalcas. My flocks are free from love, yet look so thin. Their bones are barely covered with their skin. What magic has bewitched the woolly dams? And what ill eyes beheld the tender lambs? Demetas. Say, where the round of heaven, which all contains. To 3 short ells on earth our sight restrains. Tell that, and rise a Phoebus for thy pains. Manalcas. Nay, tell me first, in what new region springs a flow are, that bears inscribed the names of kings. And thou shalt gain a present as divine as Phoebus' self, for Phyllis shall be thine. Polemon. So nice a difference in your singing lies, that both have won, or both deserve the prize. Rest equal happy both, and all who prove the bitter sweets, and pleasing pains of love. Now dam the ditches, and the floods restrain. Their moisture has already drenched the plain. 4. Pollio. The argument. The poet celebrates the birthday of Soloninus, the son of Pollio, born in the consulship of his father, after the taking of Salone, a city in Dalmatia. Many of the verses are translated from one of the Sibyls, who prophesy of our Saviour's birth. Sicilian muse begin a loftier strain. Though lowly shrubs and trees that shade the plain delight not all. Sicilian muse, prepare to make the vocal woods deserve a consul's care. The last great age, foretold by sacred rhymes, renews its finished course, Saturnian times. Rowl round again, and mighty years, begun from their first orb, in radiant circles run. The base degenerate iron offspring ends. A golden progeny from heaven descends. O chaste Lucina, speed the mother's pains, and haste the glorious birth, thy own Apollo reigns. The lovely boy, with his auspicious face, shall Pollio's consulship and triumph grace. Majestic months set out with him to their appointed race. The father banished virtue shall restore, and crime shall threat the guilty world no more. The son shall lead the life of gods, and be by gods and heroes seen, and gods and heroes see. The jarring nations he in peace shall bind, and with paternal virtues rule mankind. Unbidden earth shall wreathing ivy bring, and fragrant herbs, the promises of spring, as her first offerings to her infant king. The goats with strutting dugs shall homeward speed, and lowing herds, secure from lions' feed. His cradle shall with rising flowers be crowned. The serpent's brood shall die, the sacred ground shall weeds and poisonous plants refuse to bear. Each common bush shall Syrian roses wear. But when heroic verse his youth shall raise, and form it to hereditary praise, unlabored harvests shall the fields adorn, and clustered grapes shall blush on every thorn. The knotted oaks shall showers of honey weep, and through the matted grass the liquid cold shall creep. Yet, of old fraud some footsteps shall remain. The merchant still shall plough the deep for gain. Great cities shall with walls be compassed round, and sharpened shares shall vex the fruitful ground. Another Typhus shall new seas explore, another Argos land the chiefs, upon Iberian shore. Another Helen other wars create, and great Achilles urge the Trojan fate. But when to ripened manhood he shall grow, The greedy sailor shall the seas forego. No keel shall cut the waves for foreign ware. For every soil shall every product bear. The laboring hind his oxen shall disjoin. No plough shall hurt the glebe, no pruning hook the vine. Nor wool shall in dissembled colors shine. But the luxurious father of the fold, with native purple, or unborrowed gold, beneath his pompous fleece shall proudly sweat. And under Tyrian robes the lamb shall bleat. The fates, when they this happy web have spun, shall bless the sacred clue, and bid it smoothly run. Mature in years, to ready honors move. O of coelestial seed! O foster son of Jove! See, laboring nature calls thee to sustain the nodding frame of heaven, and earth, and main. See to their base restored, earth, seas, and air. And joyful ages from behind, in crowding ranks appear. To sing thy praise, wowed heaven my breath prolong. Infusing spirits worthy such a song. Not Thracian Orpheus should transcend my lays. Nor Linus crowned with never-fading bays. Though each his heaven ly parent showed inspire. The muse instruct the voice, and Phoebus tune the lyre. Showed Pan contend in verse, and thou my theme. Arcadian judges showed their god condemn. Begin, auspicious boy, to cast about thy infant eyes, and with a smile, thy mother single out. Thy mother well deserves that short delight. The nauseous qualms of 10 long months and travel to requite. Then smile, the frowning infant's doom is read. No god shall crown the board, nor goddess bless the bed. V. Daphnis. The argument. Mopsus and Menalcas, two very expert shepherds at a song, begin one by consent to the memory of Daphnis, who is suppositoried, by the best critics, to represent Julius Caesar. Mopsus laments his death, Menalcas proclaims his divinity. The whole eclogue consisting of an elegy and an apotheosis. Menalcas. Since on the downs our flocks together feed, and since my voice can match your tuneful reed, why sit we not beneath the grateful shade, which hazels, intermixed with elms, have made? Mopsus. Whether you please that sylvan scene to take, where whistling winds uncertain shadows make, or will you to the cooler cave succeed, whose mouth the curling vines have overspread? Menalcas. Your merit and your years command the choice. Amintas only rivals you in voice. Mopsus. What will not that presuming shepherd dare, who thinks his voice with Phoebus may compare? Menalcas. Begin you first. If either Alcon's praise, or dying Phyllis have inspurred your lays, if her you mourn, or Codrus you commend, begin, and Tityrus your flock shall tend. Mopsus. Or shall I rather the sad verse repeat, which on the beech's bark I lately writ? I writ, and sung betwixt, now bring the swain, whose voice you boast, and let him try the strain. Menalcas. Such as the shrub to the tall olive shows, or the pale sallow to the blushing rose. Such is his voice, if I can judge aright, compared to thine, in sweetness and in height. Mopsus. No more, but sit and hear the promised lay. The gloomy grotto makes a doubtful day. The nymphs about the breathless body wait of Daphnis, and lament his cruel fate. The trees and floods were witness to their tears. At length the rumor reached his mother's ears. The wretched parent, with a pious haste, came running, and his lifeless limbs embracked. She sighed, she sobbed, and, furious with despair, she rent her garments, and she tore her hair, accusing all the gods and every star. The swains forgot their sheep, nor near the brink of running waters brought their herds to drink. The thirsty cattle, of themselves, abstained from water, and their grassy fare disdained. The death of Daphnis woods and hills deplore. They cast the sound to Libya's desert shore. The Libyan lions hear, and hearing roar. Fierce tigers Daphnis taught the yoke to bear. And first with curling ivy dressed the spear. Daphnis did rites to Bacchus first ordain. And holy revels for his reeling train. As vines the trees, as grapes the vines adorn. As bulls the herds, and fields the yellow corn. So bright a splendor, so divine a grace. The glorious Daphnis cast on his illustrious race. When envious fate the godlike Daphnis took. Our guardian gods the fields and plains forsook. Pails no longer swelled the teeming grain. Nor Phoebus fed his oxen on the plain. No fruitful crop the sickly fields return. But oats and darnel choke the rising corn. And where the valleys with violets once were crowned. Now knotty burrs and thorns disgrace the ground. Come, shepherds, come, and strow with leaves the plain. Such funeral rites your Daphnis did ordain. With cypress boughs the crystal fountains hide. And softly let the running waters glide. A lasting monument to Daphnis raise. With this inscription to record his praise. Daphnis, the field's delight, the shepherd's love. Renowned on earth, and deified above. Whose flock excelled the fairest on the plains. But less than he himself surpassed the swains. Menalcas. O heavenly poet! Such thy verse appears. So sweet, so charming to my ravished ears. As to the weary swain, with cares oppressed. Beneath the sylvan shade, refreshing rest. As to the feverish traveler, when first he finds a crystal stream to quench his thirst. In singing, as in piping, you excel. And scarce your master could perform so well. O fortunate young man, at least your lays are next to his, and claim the second praise. Such as they are my rural songs I join. To raise our Daphnis to the powers divine. For Daphnis was so good, to love whate'er was mine. Mopsus. How is my soul with such a promise riced? For both the boy was worthy to be praised. And Stimicon has often made me long. To hear, like him, so soft so sweet a song. Menalcas. Daphnis, the guest of Heaven, with wondering eyes. Views in the Milky Way, the starry skies. And far beneath him, from the shining sphere. Beholds the moving clouds, and rolling year. For this, with cheerful cries the woods resound. The purple spring arrays the various ground. The nymphs and shepherds dance, and Pan himself is coroned. The wolf no longer prowls for nightly spoils. Nor birds the springes fear, nor stags the toils. For Daphnis reigns above. And deals from thence. His mother's milder beams, and peaceful influence. The mountain tops unshorn, the rocks rejoice. The lowly shrubs partake of humane voice. Assenting nature, with a gracious nod. Proclaims him, and salutes the new admitted God. Be still propitious, ever good to thine. Behold 4 hallowed altars we design. And 2 to thee, and 2 to Phoebus rise. On each is offered annual sacrifice. The holy priests, at each returning year. 2 bowls of milk, and 2 of oil shall bear. And I myself the guests with friendly bowls will cheer. 2 goblets will I crown with sparkling wine. The generous vintage of the Chian vine. These will I pour to thee, and make the nectar thine. In winter shall the genial feast be made. Before the fire, by summer in the shade. Demeter shall perform the rites divine. And Liction Aegon in the song shall join. Alphesibus, tripping, shall advance. And mimic satyrs in his antic dance. When to the nymphs our annual rites we pay. And when our fields with victims we survey. While savage boars delight in shady woods. And finny fish inhabit in the floods. While bees on thyme, and locusts feed on dew. Thy grateful swains these honors shall renew. Such honors as we pay to powers divine. To Bacchus and to Ceres, shall be thine. Such annual honours shall be given, and thou shalt hear, and shalt condemn thy suppliants to their vow. Mopsus. What present worth thy verse can Mopsus find? Not the soft whispers of the southern wind, that play through trembling trees, delight me more. Nor murmuring billows on the sounding shore. Nor winding streams that through the valley glide, and the scarce covered pebbles gently chide. Menalcas. Receive you first this tuneful pipe, the same that played my Corydon's unhappy flame. The same that sung Neaera's conquering eyes. And, had the judge been just, had won the prize. Mopsus. Accept from me this sheep hook in exchange. The handle brass, the knobs in equal range. Antigenes, with kisses, often tried to beg this present, in his beauty's pride. When youth and love are hard to be denied. But what I could refuse, to his request, is yours unasked, for you deserve it best. 6. Silenus. The argument. Two young shepherds Chromis and Nasillus, having been often promised a song by Silenus, chanced to catch him asleep in this pastoral, where they bind him hand and foot, and then claim his promise. Silenus, finding they would be put off no longer, begins his song, in which he describes the formation of the universe, and the original of animals, according to the Epicurean philosophy. And then runs through the most surprising transformations which have happened in nature since her birth. This pastoral was designed as a complement to Cyril the Epicurean, who instructed Virgil and Verus in the principles of that philosophy. Silenus acts as tutor, Chromis and Nasillus as the two pupils. I first transferred to Rome Sicilian strains. Nor blushed the Doric muse to dwell on Montuan plains. But when I tried her tender voice, too young, and fighting kings, and bloody battles sung, Apollo checked my pride, and bade me feed my fattening flocks, nor dare beyond the reed. Admonished thus, while every pen prepares to write thy praises, Verus, and thy wars. My pastoral muse her humble tribute brings. And yet not wholly uninspired she sings. For all who read, and reading, not disdain these rural poems, and their lowly strain. The name of Verus, oft inscribed shall see in every grove, and every vocal tree. And all the sylvan rain shall sing of thee. Thy name, to Phoebus and the Muses known, shall in the front of every page be shown. For he who sings thy praise, secures his own. Proceed, my muse. Two satyrs, on the ground, stretched at his ease, their sire Silenus found. Dosed with his fumes, and heavy with his load. They found him snoring in his dark abode. And seized with youthful arms the drunken god. His rosy wreath was dropped not long before, borne by the tide of wine, and floating on the floor. His empty can, with ears half worn away, was hung on high, to boast the triumph of the day. Invaded thus, for want of better bands, his garland they unstring, and bind his hands. For by the fraudful god deluded long, they now resolved to have their promised song. Egli came in, to make their party good. The fairest nighs of the neighboring flood. And, while he stares around, with stupid eyes, his brows with berries, and his temples dyes, he finds the fraud, and, with a smile, demands on what design the boys had bound his hands. Loose me, he cried. 'Twas impudence to find a sleeping god, 'tis sacrilege to bind. To you the promised poem I will pay. The nymph shall be rewarded in her way. He raised his voice, and soon a numberous throng of tripping satyrs crowded to the song. And sylvan fawns, and savage beasts advanced, and nodding forests to the numbers danked. Not by Haemonian hills the Thracian bard, nor awful Phoebus was on Pindus heard. With deeper silence, or with more regard, he sung the secret seeds of nature's frame. How seas, and earth, and air, and active flame fell through the mighty void, and in their fall were blindly gathered in this goodly ball. The tender soil then stiffening by degrees, shut from the bounded earth, the bounding seas. Then earth and ocean various forms disclose, and a new sun to the new world arose. And mists condensed to clouds obscure the sky, and clouds dissolved, the thirsty ground supply. The rising trees the lofty mountains grace. The lofty mountains feed the savage race. Yet few, and strangers, in unpeopled place. From thence the birth of man the song pursued. And how the world was lost, and how renewed. The reign of Saturn, and the golden age. Prometheus' theft, and Jove's avenging rage. The cries of Argonauts for Hylas drowned, with whose repeated name the showers resound. Then mourns the madness of the Cretan queen. Happy for her if herds had never been. What fury, wretched woman, says thy breast? The maids of Argos, though with rage possessed, their imitated lowings filled the grove, yet shunned the guilt of this preposterous love, nor sought the youthful husband of the herd. Though labyrinth yokes on their own necks they feared, and felt for budding horns on their smooth foreheads reared. Ah, wretched queen! You ranged the pathless wood, while on a flowery bank he chaws the cud, or sleeps in shades, or through the forest roves, and roars with anguish for his absent loves. Ye nymphs, with toils, his forest walks surround, and trace his wandering footsteps on the ground. But, ah! Perhaps my passion he disdains, and courts the milky mothers of the plains. We search ungrateful fugitive abroad, while they at home sustain his happy load. He sung the lover's fraud, the longing maid, with golden fruit, like all the sex, betrayed. The sisters mourning for their brother's loss, their bodies hid in barks, and furred with moss. How each a rising alder now appears, and Ori the pod distills her gummy tears. Then sung, how Gallus by a muse's hand was led and welcomed to the sacred strand, the senate rising to salute their guest, and Linus thus their gratitude expressed. Receive this present, by the muses made, the pipe on which Bascrian pastor played, with which of old he charmed the savage train, and called the mountain ashes to the plain. Sing thou on this, thy Phoebus, and the wood, where once his fane of Parian marble stood. On this his ancient oracles rehearse, and with new numbers grace the god of verse. Why should I sing the double Scylla's fate? The first by love transformed, the last by hate. A beauteous maid above, but magic arts, with barking dogs deformed her nether parts. What vengeance on the passing fleet she poured! The master fright, and the mates devoured. Then ravished Philomel the song expressed, the crime revealed, the sisters' cruel feast. And how in fields the lapwing Tyrus reigns, the warbling nightingale in woods complains, while Progne makes on chimney tops her moan, and hovers o'er the palace once her own. Whatever songs besides, the Delphian god had taught the laurels, and the Spartan flood. Silenus sung, the Valles his voice rebound, and carried to the skies the sacred sound. And now the setting sun had warned the swain to call his counted cattle from the plain. Yet still unwearied sire pursues the tuneful strain, till unperceived the heavens with stars were hung, and sudden night surprised the yet unfinished song. 7. Melibos. The argument. Melibos here gives us the relation of a sharp poetical contest between Thyrsis and Corydon, at which he himself and Daphnis were present, who both declared for Corydon. Beneath a home, repaired two jolly swains. Their sheep and goats together grazed the plains. Both young Arcadians, both alike inspurred to sing, and answer as the song required. Daphnis, as umpire, took the middle seat. And fortune thither led my weary feet. For while I fänked my myrtles from the cold, the father of my flock had wandered from the fold. Of Daphnis I inquired, he, smiling, said, "Dismiss your fear," and pointed where he fed. "And, if no greater cares disturb your mind, sit here with us, in covert of the wind. Your lowing heifers, of their own accord, at watering time will seek the neighboring ford. Here wanton Mincius winds along the meads, and shades his happy banks with bending reeds. And see from yon old oak, that mates the skies, how black the clouds of swarming bees arise. What should I do? Nor was Alcippe nigh, nor absent Phyllis could my care supply, to house, and feed by hand my weaning lambs, and drain the strutting udders of their dams. Great was the strife betwixt the singing swains, and I preferred my pleasure to my gains. Alternate rhyme the ready champions chose. These Corydon rehearsed, and Thyrsis those. Corydon. Ye muses, ever fair, and ever young, assist my numbers, and inspire my song. With all my Codrus inspire my breast. For Codrus after Phoebus sings the best. Or if my wishes have presumed too high, and stretched their bounds beyond mortality, the praise of artful numbers I resign, and hang my pipe upon the sacred pine. Thyrsis. Arcadian swains, your youthful poet crown with ivy wreaths, though surly Codrus frown. Or if he blast my muse with envious praise, then fence my brows with amulets of bays, lest his ill arts or his malicious tongue showed poison, or bewitch my growing song. Corydon. These branches of a stag, this tusky boar, the first essay of arms untried before. Young Mycon offers, Delia, to thy shrine, but speed his hunting with thy power divine. Thy statue then of Parian stone shall stand, thy legs in buskins with a purple band. Thyrsis. This bowl of milk, these cakes, our country fare. For thee, Priapus, yearly we prepare, because a little garden is thy care. But if the falling lambs increase my fold, thy marble statue shall be turned to gold. Corydon. Fair Galatea, with thy silver feet, oh, whiter than the swan, and more than Hybla sweet. Tall as a poplar, taper as the bowl. Come charm thy shepherd, and restore my soul. Come when my lated sheep, at night return, and crown the silent hours, and stop the rosy morn. Thyrsis. May I become as abject in thy sight, as seaweed on the shore, and black as night. Rough as a burr, deformed like him who chaws Sardinian herbage to contract his jaws. Such and so monstrous let thy swain appear, if one day's absence looks not like a year. Hence from the field, for shame, the flock deserves no better feeding, while the shepherd starves. Corydon. Ye mossy springs, inviting easy sleep. Ye trees, whose leafy shades those mossy fountains keep. Defend my flock, the summer heats are near, and blossoms on the swelling vines appear. Thyrsis. With heapy fires our cheerful hearth is crowned, and firs for torches in the woods abound. We fear not more the winds, and wintry cold, than streams the banks, or wolves the bleeding fold. Corydon. Our woods, with juniper and chestnuts crowned, with falling fruits and berries paint the ground. And lavish nature laughs, and strews her stores around. But if Alexis from our mountains fly, even running rivers leave their channels dry. Thyrsis. Parched are the plains, and frying is the field, nor withering vines their juicy vintage yield. But if returning Phyllis bless the plain, the grass revives, the woods are green again, and Jove descends in showers of kindly rain. Corydon. The poplar is by great Alcides worn, the brows of Phoebus his own bays adorn. The branching vine the jolly Bacchus loves. The Cyprian queen delights in myrtle groves. With hazel, Phyllis crowns her flowing hair. And while she loves that common wreath to wear, nor bays, nor myrtle bows, with hazel shall compare. Thyrsis. The towering ash is fairest in the woods. In gardens pines, and poplars by the floods. But if my Lycidas will ease my pains, and often visit our forsaken plains, to him the towering ash shall yield in woods. In gardens pines, and poplars by the floods. Melibos. The rhymes I did to memory commend, when vanquished Thyrsis did in vain contend. Since when, 'tis Corydon among the swains. Young Corydon without a rival reigns. 8. Pharmasutria. The argument. This pastoral contains the songs of Damon and Alpheziboas. The first of them bewails the loss of his mistress, and repines at the success of his rival Mopsus. The other repeats the charms of some enchantress, who endeavored by her spells and magic to make Daphnis in love with her. The mournful muse of two despairing swains. The love rejected, and the lover's pains. To which the salvage lynxes listening stood. The rivers stood on heaps, and stopped the running flood. The hungry heard their needful food refuse. Of two despairing swains, I sing the mournful muse. Great Pollio, thou for whom thy Rome prepares the ready triumph of thy finished wars. Whither Timavus or th Illyrian coast, whatever land or sea thy presence boast, is there an hour in fate reserved for me, to sing thy deeds in numbers worthy thee? In numbers like to thine, could I rehearse thy lofty tragic scenes, thy labored verse. The world another Sophocles in thee, another Homer showed behold in me. Amidst thy laurels let this ivy twine. Thine was my earliest muse, my latest shall be thine. Scarce from our upper world the shades withdrew. Scarce were the flocks refreshed with morning dew, when Damon stretched beneath an olive shade, and wildly staring upwards, thus inveight against the conscious gods, and cursed the cruel maid. Star of the morning, why dost thou delay? Come, Lucifer, drive on the lagging day, while I my niece's perjured faith deplore. Witness ye Powers, by whom she foully swore. The gods, alas, are witnesses in vain. Yet shall my dying breath to heaven complain. Begin with me, my flute, the sweet Maenalian strain. The pines of Maenalus, the vocal grove, are ever full of verse, and full of love. They hear the hinds, they hear their God complain, who suffered not the reeds to rise in vain. Begin with me, my flute, the sweet Maenalian strain. Mopsus triumphs, he weds the willing fair. When such is Nisa's choice, what lover can despair? Now griffins join with Mares. Another age shall see the hound and hind their thirst assuage. Promiscuous at the spring, prepare the lights, O Mopsus, and perform the bridal rites. Scatter thy nuts among the scrambling boys. Thine is the night, and thine the nuptial joys. For thee the sun declines, O happy swain. Begin with me, my flute, the sweet Maenalian strain. O, Nisa, justly to thy choice condemned. Whom hast thou taken, whom hast thou contemned? For him, thou hast refused my browsing herd. Scorned my thick eyebrows, and my shaggy beard. Unhappy Damon sighs, and sings in vain, while Nisa thinks no god regards a lover's pain. Begin with me, my flute, the sweet Maenalian strain. I viewed thee first, how fatal was the view, and led thee where the ruddy wildings grew, high on the planted hedge, and wet with morning dew. Then scarce the bending branches I could win. The callow down began to clothe my chin. I saw, I perished, yet indulged my pain. Begin with me, my flute, the sweet Maenalian strain. I know thee, love, in desarts thou wert bred. And at the dugs of salvage tigers fed. Alien of birth, usurper of the plains. Begin with me, my flute, the sweet Maenalian strains. Relentless love the cruel mother led. The blood of her unhappy babes to shed. Love lent the sword. The mother struck the blow. Inhuman she, but more inhuman thou. Alien of birth, usurper of the plains. Begin with me, my flute, the sweet Maenalian strains. Old doting nature change thy course anew. And let the trembling lamb the wolf pursue. Let oaks now glitter with Hesperian fruit. And purple daffodils from alder shoot. Fat amber let the tamarisk distill. And hooting owls contend with swans in skill. Hoarse Tityrus strive with Orpheus in the woods. And challenge famed Arion on the floods. Or, oh! Let nature cease. And chaos reign. Begin with me, my flute, the sweet Maenalian strain. Let earth be sea, and let the whelming tide the lifeless limbs of luckless Damon hide. Farewell, ye secret woods, and shady groves. Haunts of my youth, and conscious of my loves. From yon high cliff I plunge into the main. Take the last present of thy dying swain. And cease, my silent flute, the sweet Maenalian strain. Now take your turns, ye muses, to rehearse his friends' complaints, and mighty magic verse. Bring running water, bind those altars round. With fillets, and with vervain strow the ground. Make fat with frankincense the sacred fires. To re-inflame my Daphnis with desires. 'Tis done, we want but verse. Restore, my charms. My lingering Daphnis to my longing arms. Pale Phoebe, drawn by verse from heaven descends. And Circe charmed with charms Ulysses' friends. Verse breaks the ground, and penetrates the break. And in the winding cavern splits the snake. Verse fires the frozen veins, restore, my charms. My lingering Daphnis to my longing arms. Around his waxen image, first I wind 3 woolen fillets, of 3 colors joined. Thrice bind about his thrice devoted head. Which round the sacred altar thrice is led. Unequal numbers please the gods, my charms. Restore my Daphnis to my longing arms. Knit with 3 knots, the fillets, knit em straight. And say, these knots to love I consecrate. Haste, Amaryllis, haste. Restore, my charms. My lovely Daphnis to my longing arms. As fire this figure hardens, made of clay. And this of wax with fire consumes away. Such let the soul of cruel Daphnis be. Hard to the rest of women, soft to me. Crumble the sacred mole of salt and corn. Next in the fire the bays with brimstone burn. And while it crackles in the sulphur, say. This, I for Daphnis burn, thus Daphnis burn away. This laurel is his fate, restore, my charms. My lovely Daphnis to my longing arms. As when the raging Hathor, through the grove, stung with desire, pursues her wandering love. Faint at the last, she seeks the weedy pools. To quench her thirst, and on the rushes rolls. Careless of night, unmindful to return. Such fruitless fires perfidious Daphnis burn. While I so scorn his love. Restore, my charms. My lingering Daphnis to my longing arms. These garments once were his, and left to me. The pledges of his promised loyalty. Which underneath my threshold I bestow. These pawns, O sacred earth. To me my Daphnis owe. As these were his, so mine is he, my charms. Restore their lingering lord to my deluded arms. These poisonous plants, for magic use designed. The noblest and the best of all the baneful kind. Old Moeris brought me from the Pontic strand. And culled the mischief of a bounteous land. Smeared with these powerful juices, on the plain. He howls a wolf among the hungry train. And oft the mighty Negromancer boasts. With these, to call from tombs the stalking ghosts. And from the roots to tear the standing corn. Which, whirled aloft, to distant fields is borne. Such is the strength of spells, restore, my charms. My lingering doffness to my longing arms. Bear out these ashes, cast them in the brook. Cast backwards o'er your head, nor turn your look. Since neither gods, nor godlike verse can move. Break out ye smothered fires, and kindle smothered love. Exert your utmost power, my lingering charms. And force my doffness to my longing arms. See, while my last endeavors I delay. The waking ashes rise, and round our altars play. Run to the threshold, Amaryllis, hark. Our Hylas opens, and begins to bark. Good heathen. May lovers what they wish believe. Or dream their wishes, and those dreams deceive. No more, my doffness comes, no more, my charms. He comes, he runs, he leaps to my desiring arms. 9. Moeris. The argument. When Virgil, by the favor of Augustus, had recovered his patrimony near Mantua, and went in hope to take possession, he was in danger to be slain by Arius the centurion, to whom those lands were assigned by the emperor. In reward of his service against Brutus and Cassius. This pastoral therefore is filled with complaints of his hard usage, and the persons introduced are the bailiff of Virgil, Moeris, and his friend Lycidas. Lycidas. Ho Moeris! Whether on thy way so fast? This leads to town. Moeris. O Lycidas, at last. The time is come I never thought to see. Strange revolution for my farm and me. When the grim captain in a surly tone cries out, pack up ye rascals, and be gone. Kicked out, we set the best face on we could. And these two kids to appease his angry mood. I bear, of which the Furies give him good. Lycidas. Your country friends were told another tale. That from the sloping mountain to the vale. And dotted oak, and all the banks along. Menalcas saved his fortune with a song. Moeris. Such was the news, indeed, but songs and rhymes prevail as much in these hard iron times. As would a plump of trembling fowl, that rise against an eagle sousing from the skies. And had not Phoebus warned me by the croak of an old raven, from a hollow oak, to shun debate, Menalcas had been slain. And Moeris not survived him, to complain. Lycidas. Now he then defend. Could barbarous rage induce the brutal son of Mars, to insult the sacred muse? Who then showed sing the nymphs, or who rehearse the waters gliding in a smoother verse? Or Amaryllis praise, that heaven ly lay, that shortened as we went, our tedious way. O Tityrus, tend my herd, and see them fed to morning pastures, evening waters led. And where the Libyan Rigil's budding head. Moeris. Or what unfinished he to Varus read? Thy name, O Varus, if the kinder powers. Preserve our plains, and shield the Montuan Toares. Obnoxious by Cremona's neighboring crime. The wings of swans, and stronger pinioned rhyme, shall raise aloft, and soaring bear above. Immortal gift of gratitude to Jove. Lycidas. Sing on, for I can ne'er be cloyed. So may thy swarms the baleful you avoid. So may thy cows their burdened bags distend. And trees to goats their willing branches bend. Mean as I am, yet have the Muses made me free, a member of the tuneful trade. At least the shepherds seem to like my lays. But I discern their flattery from their praise. I nor to Cinna's ears, nor Varus dare aspire. But gabble like a goose, amidst the swan-like choir. Moeris. 'Tis what I have been conning in my mind. Nor are they verses of a vulgar kind. Come, Galatea, come, the seas forsake. What pleasures can the tides with their hoarse murmurs make? See, on the shore inhabits purple spring, where nightingales their love-sick ditty sing. See, meads with purling streams, with flowers the ground. The grottos cool, with shady poplars crowned. And creeping vines on arbors weaved around. Come then, and leave the waves' tumultuous roar. Let the wild surges vainly beat the shore. Lycidas. Or that sweet song I heard with such delight. The same you sung alone one starry night. The tune I still retain, but not the words. Moeris. Why, Daphnis, dost thou search in old records? To know the seasons when the stars arise? See, Caesar's lamp is lighted in the skies. The star, whose rays the blushing grapes adorn. And swell the kindly ripening ears of corn. Under this influence, graft the tender shoot. Thy children's children shall enjoy the fruit. The rest I have forgot, for cares and time. Change all things, and untune my soul to rhyme. I could have once sung down a summer's sun. But now the chime of poetry is done. My voice grows hoarse. I feel the notes decay. As if the wolves had seen me first today. But these, and more than I to mind can bring. Menalcas has not yet forgot to sing. Lycidas. Thy faint excuses but inflame me more. And now the waves rowl silent to the shore. Hushed winds the topmost branches scarcely bend. As if thy tuneful song they did attend. Already we have half our way o'ercome. Far off I can discern Biener's tomb. Here, where the laborers' hands have formed a bower. Of wreathing trees, in singing waste an hour. Rest here thy weary limbs, thy kids lay down. We've day before us yet, to reach the town. Or if ere night the gathering clouds we fear. A song will help the beating storm to bear. And that thou mayst not be too late abroad. Sing, and I'll ease thy shoulders of thy load. Moeris. Cease to request me, let us mind our way. Another psalm requires another day. When good Menalcas comes, if he rejoice. And find a friend at court, I'll find a voice. Ex Gallus. The argument. Gallus, a great patron of Virgil, and an excellent poet, was very deeply in love with one Cytheris, whom he calls Lycoris, and who had forsaken him for the company of a soldier. The poet therefore supposes his friend Gallus returned in his height of melancholy into the solitudes of Arcadia, the celebrated scene of Pastoral's winky face. Where he represents him in a very languishing condition, with all the rural deities about him, pitying his hard usage, and condoling his misfortune. Thy sacred succor, Arethusa, bring. To crown my labor, 'tis the last I sing. Which proud Lycoris may with pity view. The muse is mournful, though the numbers few. Refuse me not a verse, to grief and Gallus due. So may thy silver streams beneath the tide, unmixed with briny seas, securely glide. Sing then, my Gallus, and his hopeless vows. Sing, while my cattle crop the tender browse. The vocal grove shall answer to the sound. An echo, from the valles, the tuneful voice rebound. What lawns or woods withheld you from his aid? Ye nymphs, when Gallus was to love betrayed. To love, unpitied by the cruel maid? Not steepy Pindus could retard your course. Nor cleft Parnassus, nor Aeonian source. Nothing that owns the muses could suspend. Your aid to Gallus, Gallus is their friend. For him the lofty laurel stands in tears. And hung with humid pearls the lowly shrub appears. Maenalian pines the godlike swain bemoan. When spread beneath a rock he sighed alone. And cold Lycaeus wept from every dropping stone. The sheep surround their shepherd, as he lies. Blush not, sweet poet, nor the name despise. Along the streams his flock Adonis fed. And yet the queen of beauty blessed his bed. The swains and tardy neatherds came, and last. Menalcas, wet with beating winter mast. Wondering, they asked from whence arose thy flame. Yet, more amazed, thy own Apollo came. Flushed were his cheeks, and glowing were his eyes. Is she thy care, is she thy care, he cries. Thy false Lycoris flies thy love and thee. And for thy rival tempts the raging sea. The forms of horrid war, and heaven's inclemency. Sylvanus came, his brows a country crown. Of fennel, and of nodding lilies, drown. Great Pan arrived, and we beheld him too. His cheeks and temples of vermilion hue. Why, Gallus, this immoderate grief, he cried. Think'st thou that love with tears is satisfied? The meads are sooner drunk with morning dews. The bees with flowery shrubs, the goats with brows. Unmoved, and with dejected eyes, he mourned. He paused, and then these broken words returned. 'Tis past, and pity gives me no relief. But you, Arcadian swains, shall sing my grief. And on your hills, my last complaints renew. So sad a song is only worthy you. How light wowed lie the turf upon my breast. If you my sufferings in your songs expressed. Ah! That your birth and busness had been mine. To pen the sheep, and press the swelling vine. Had Phyllis or Amintas cowsed my pain. Or any nymph, or shepherd on the plain. Though, Phyllis brown, though, black Amintas were. Are violets not sweet, because not fair? Beneath the sallows, and the shady vine. My loves had mixed their pliant limbs with mine. Phyllis with myrtle wreaths had crowned my hair. And soft Amintas sung away my care. Come, see what pleasures in our plains abound. The woods, the fountains, and the flowery ground. As you are beauteous, were you half so true. Here could I live, and love, and die with only you. Now I to fighting fields am sent afar. And strive in winter camps with toils of war. While you, alas, that I showed find it so. To shun my sight, your native soil forego. And climb the frozen Alps, and tread eternal snow. Ye frosts and snows her tender body spare. Those are not limbs for icicles to tear. For me, the wilds and desarts are my choice. The muses, once my care, my once harmonious voice. There will I sing, forsaken and alone. The rocks and hollow caves shall echo to my moan. The rind of every plant her name shall know. And as the rind extends, the love shall grow. Then on Arcadian mountains will I chase. Mixed with the woodland nymphs, the savage race. Nor cold shall hinder me, with horns and hounds. To thrid the thickets, or to leap the mounds. And now methinks o'er steepy rocks I go. And rush through sounding woods, and bend the Parthian bough. As if with sports my sufferings I could ease. Or by my pains the god of love appease. My frenzy changes, I delight no more. On mountain tops, to chase the tusky boar. No game but hopeless love my thoughts pursue. Once more ye nymphs, and songs, and sounding woods adieu. Love alters not for us, his hard decrees. Not though beneath the Thracian clime we freeze. Or Italy's indulgent heathen forego. And in midwinter tread Scythonian snow. Or when the barks of elms are scorched, we keep. On Mero's burning plains the Libyan sheep. In hell, and earth, and seas, and heaven above. Love conquers all, and we must yield to love. My muses, hear your sacred raptures end. The verse was what I owed my suffering friend. This while I sung, my sorrows I deceived. And bending osiers into baskets weaved. The song, because inspurred by you, shall shine. And Gallus will approve, because 'tis mine. Gallus, for whom my holy flames renew. Each hour, and every moment rise in view. As alders, in the spring, their boles extend. And heave so fiercely, that the bark they rend. Now let us rise, for hoarseness oft invades the singer's voice, who sings beneath the shades. From juniper, unwholesome dews distill, that blast the sooty corn, the withering herbage kill. Away, my goats, away, for you have browsed your fill. The Geórgicas. The first book. The argument. The poet, in the beginning of this book, propounds the general design of each Geórgic, and after a solemn invocation of all the gods who are any way related to his subject, he addresses himself in particular to Augustus, whom he compliments with divinity, and after strikes into his business. He shews the different kinds of tillage proper to different soils, traces out the original of agriculture, gives a catalogue of the husbandman's tools, specifies the employments peculiar to each season, describes the changes of the weather, with the signs in heaven and earth that forebode them, instances many of the prodigies that happened ere the time of Julius Caesar's death, and shuts up all with a supplication to the gods for the safety of Augustus, and the preservation of Rome. What makes a plenteous harvest, when to turn the fruitful soil, and when to sow the corn. The care of sheep, of oxen, and of kine. And how to raise on elms the teeming vine. The birth and genius of the frugal bee. I sing, Maecenas, and I sing to thee, ye deities, who fields and plains protect, who rule the seasons, and the year direct. Bacchus and fostering Ceres, powers divine, who gave us corn for mast, for water wine. Ye fauns, propitious to the rural swains, ye nymphs that haunt the mountains and the plains, join in my work, and to my numbers bring your needful succor. For your gifts I sing. And thou, whose trident struck the teeming earth, and made a passage for the courser's birth. And thou, for whom the Chian shore sustains thy milky herds, that graze the flowery plains. And thou, the shepherd's tutelary god, leave, for a while, O Pan, thy loved abode. And, if Arcadian fleeces be thy care, from fields and mountains to my song repair. Inventor, Pallas, of the fattening oil, thou founder of the plough and ploughman's toil. And thou, whose hands the shroud-like cypress rear, come all ye gods and goddesses, that wear the rural honors, and increase the year. You, who supply the ground with seeds of grain. And you, who swell those seeds with kindly rain. And chiefly thou, whose undetermined state is yet the business of the gods' debate, whether in after times to be declared the patron of the world, and Rome's peculiar guard, or o'er the fruits and seasons to preside, and the round circuit of the year to guide. Powerful of blessings, which thou strewest around, and with thy goddess mother's myrtle crowned. Or wilt thou, Caesar, choose the watery rain, to smooth the surges, and correct the main? Then mariners, in storms, to thee shall pray. Even utmost Thule shall thy power obey. And Neptune shall resign the fasces of the sea. The watery virgins for thy bed shall strive, and Tethys all her waves in dowry give. Or wilt thou bless our summers with thy rays, and seated near the balance, poise the days, wherein the void of heaven a space is free, betwixt the scorpion and the maid for thee. The scorpion ready to receive thy laws, yields half his region, and contracts his clause. Whatever part of heaven thou shalt obtain, for let not hell presume of such a reign, nor let so dire a thirst of empire move thy mind, to leave thy kindred gods above. Though Greece admires Elysium's blessed retreat, though Proserpine affects her silent seat, and important by Ceres to remove, prefers the fields below to those above. But thou, propitious Caesar, guide my course, and to my bold endeavors add thy force. Pity the poets and the ploughman's cares. Interest thy greatness in our mean affairs, and use thyself betimes to hear our prayers. While yet the spring is young, while earth unbinds her frozen bosom to the western winds, while mountain snows dissolve against the sun, and streams, yet new, from precipices run. Evan in this early dawning of the year. Produce the plough, and yoke the sturdy steer. And goad him till he groans beneath his toil. Till the bright share is buried in the soil. That crop rewards the greedy peasant's pains. Which twice the sun, and twice the cold sustains. And bursts the crowded barns, with more than promised gains. But ere we stir the yet unbroken ground, the various course of seasons must be found. The weather, and the setting of the winds. The culture suiting to the several kinds of seeds and plants, and what will thrive and rise. And what the genius of the soil denies. This ground with Bacchus, that with Ceres suits. That other loads the trees with happy fruits. A fourth with grass, unbidden, decks the ground. Thus Molus is with yellow saffron crowned. India, black ebon and white ivory bears. And soft Idum weeps her Odyrous tears. Thus Pontus sends her beaver stones from far. And naked Spaniards temper steel for war. Epirus for Elian chariot breeds. In hopes of palms, a race of running steeds. This is the Origenael contract. These the laws. Imposed by nature, and by nature's cause. On sundry places, when Deucalion hurled his mother's entrails on the desart world. Whence men, a hard laborious kind, were born. Then borrow part of winter for thy corn. And early with thy team the glebe in furrows turn. That while the turf lies open, and unbound, succeeding suns may bake the mellow ground. But if the soil be barren, only scar the surface, and but lightly print the share. When cold Arcturus rises with the sun, lest wicked weeds the corn should overrun in watery soils, or lest the barren sand should suck the moisture from the thirsty land. Both these unhappy soils the swain forbears, and keeps a Sabbath of alternate years, that the spent earth may gather heart again, and, bettered by cessation, bear the grain. At least where vetches, pulse, and tares have stood, and stalks of lupins grew, a stubborn wood. Ensuing season, in return, may bear the bearded product of the golden year. For flax and oats will burn the tender field, and sleepy poppies harmful harvests yield. But sweet vicissitudes of rest and toil make easy labor, and renew the soil. Yet sprinkle sordid ashes all around, and load with fattening dung thy fallow ground. Thus change of seeds for meager soils is best. And earth mannered, not idle, though at rest. Long practice has a sure improvement found, with kindled fires to burn the barren ground. When the light stubble, to the flames resigned, is driven along, and crackles in the wind. Whether from hence the hollow womb of earth is warmed with secret strength for better birth, or when the latent vice is curd by fire, redundant humors through the pores expire, or that the warmth distends the chinks, and makes new breathings, whence new nourishment she takes, or that the heat the gaping ground constrains, new knits the surface, and new strings the veins. Lest soaking Shoares showed pierce her secret seat, or freezing Boreas chill her genial heat, or scorching suns too violently beat. Nor is the profit small, the peasant makes, who smooths with harrows, or who pounds with rakes the crumbling clods, nor Ceres from on high regards his labors with a grudging eye. Nor his, who plows across the furrowed grounds, and on the back of earth inflicts new wounds. For he with frequent exercise commands unwilling soil, and tames the stubborn lands. Ye swains, invoke the powers who rule the sky, for a moist summer, and a winter dry. For winter drought rewards the peasant's pain, and broods indulgent on the buried grain. Hence Mysia boasts her harvests, and the tops of Gargarus admire their happy crops. When first the soil receives the fruitful seed, Make no delay, but cover it with speed. So fank from cold. The pliant furrows break. Before the surly clod resists the rake. And call the floods from high, to rush amain. With pregnant streams, to swell the teeming grain. Then when the fiery suns too fiercely play. And shriveled herbs on withering stems decay. The wary ploughman, on the mountain's brow. Undams his watery stores, huge torrents flow. And, rattling down the rocks, large moisture yield. Tempering the thirsty fever of the field. And lest the stem, too feeble for the freight, showed scarce sustain the head's unwieldy weight. Sends in his feeding flocks betimes tea invade. The rising bulk of the luxuriant blade. Ere yet aspiring offspring of the grain. Tops the ridges of the furrowed plain. And drains the standing waters, when they yield. Too large a beverage to the drunken field. But most in autumn, and the showy spring. When dubious months uncertain weather bring. When fountains open, when impetuous rain swells hasty brooks, and pours upon the plain. When earth with slime and mud is covered o'er. Or hollow places spew their watery store. Nor yet the ploughman, nor the laboring steer sustain alone the hazards of the year. But glutton geese, and the Strimonian crane, with foreign troops, invade the tender grain. And towering weeds malignant shadows yield. And spreading succory chokes the rising field. The sire of gods and men, with hard decrees, forbids our plenty to be bought with ease. And wills that mortal men, inured to toil, showed exercise, with pains, the grudging soil. Himself invented first the shining share. And wedded humane industry by care. Himself did handicrafts and arts ordain. Nor suffered sloth to rust his active reign. Ere this, no peasant vexed the peaceful ground. Which only turfs and greens for altars found. No fences parted fields, nor marks, nor bounds. Distinguished acres of litigious grounds. But all was common, and the fruitful earth was free to give her unexacted birth. Jove added venom to the viper's brood. And swelled, with raging storms, the peaceful flood. Commissioned hungry wolves to infest the fold. And shook from oaken leaves the liquid gold. Removed from humane reach the cheerful fire. And from the rivers bade the wine retire. That studious need might useful arts explore. From furrowed fields to reap the foodful store. And force the veins of clashing flints to expire. The lurking seeds of their coelestial fire. Then first on seas the hollowed alder swam. Then sailors quartered heaven, and found a name. For every fixed and every wandering star. The Pleiades, Hyades, and the northern car. Then toils for beasts, and lime for birds were found. And deep-mouthed dogs did forest walks surround. And casting nets were spread in shallow brooks. Drags in the deep, and baits were hung on hooks. Then saws were toothed, and sounding axes made. For wedges first did yielding wood invade. And various arts in order did succeed. What cannot endless labor urged by need? First Ceres taught, the ground with grain to sow. And armed with iron shares the crooked plough. When now Dodonian oaks no more supplied their mast, and trees their forest fruit denied. Soon was his labor doubled to the swain. And blasting mildews blackened all his grain. Tough thistles choked the fields, and killed the corn. And an unthrifty crop of weeds was born. Then burrs and brambles, an unbidden crew of graceless guests, unhappy field subdue. And oats unblessed, and darnel domineers. And shoots its head above the shining ears. So that unless the land with daily care is exercised, and with an iron war of rakes and harrows, the proud foes expelled. And birds with clamors fright from the field. Unless the boughs are lopped that shade the plain. And heathen invoked with vows for fruitful rain. On other crops you may with envy look, and shake for food the long-abandoned oak. Nor must we pass untold what arms they wield, who labor tillage and the furrowed field, without whose aid the ground her corn dennis, and nothing can be sown, and nothing rise. The crooked plough, the share, the torrengee height of wagons, and the cart's unwieldy weight, the sled, the tumbrel, hurdles and the flail, the fan of Bacchus, with the flying sail. These all must be prepared, if ploughmen hope the promised blessing of a bounteous crop. Young elms with early force in copse's bough, fit for the figure of the crooked plough. Of 8 foot long a fast-kned beam prepare, on either side the head produce an ear, and sink a socket for the shining share. Of beech the plough-tail, and the bending yoke, or softer linden hardened in the smoke. I could be long in precepts, but I fear so mean a subject might offend your ear. Delve of convenient depth your thrashing floor with tempered clay, then fill and face it o'er, and let the weighty rowler run the round, to smooth the surface of unequal ground. Lest cracked with summer heats the flooring flies, or sinks, and through the crannies weeds arise. For sundry foes the rural realm surround. The field mouse builds her garner underground. For gathered grain the blind laborious mole in winding mazes works her hidden hole. In hollow caverns vermine make abode, the hissing serpent and the swelling toad. The corn-devouring weasel here abides, and the wise ant her wintry store provides. Mark well the flowering almonds in the wood. If odierous blooms the bearing branches load, the glebe will answer to the sylvan rain. Great heats will follow, and large crops of grain. But if a wood of leaves o'ershade the tree, such and so barren will thy harvest be. In vain the hind shall vex the thrashing floor, for empty chaff and straw will be thy store. Some steep their seed, and some in cauldrons boil, with vigorous niter, and with lees of oil. O'er gentle fires, exuberant juice to drain, and swell the flat ring husks with fruitful grain. Yet is not the success for years assured, though chosen is the seed, and fully curd. Unless the peasant, with his annual pain, renews his choice, and culls the largest grain. Thus all below, whether by nature's curse, or fate's decree, degenerate still to worse. So the boat's brawny crew the current stem, and, slow advancing, struggle with the stream. But if they slack their hands, or cease to strive, then down the flood with headlong haste they drive. Nor must the ploughman less observe the skies, when the kids, dragon, and Arcturus rise. Then sailors homeward bent, who cut their way through Helle's stormy straits, and oyster-breeding sea. But when Astria's balance, hung on high, betwixt the nights and days divides the sky, then yoke your oxen, sow your winter grain, till cold December comes with driving rain. Linseed and fruitful poppy berry warm in a dry season, and prevent the storm. Sow beans and clover in a rotten soil, and millet rising from your annual toil. When with his golden horns, in full carriere, the bull beats down the barriers of the year, and Argos and the dog forsake the northern sphere. But if your care to weed alone extend, let Maya with her sisters first descend, and the bright Nosian diadem downward bend, before you trust in earth your future hope, or else expect a listless lazy crop. Some swains have sown before, but most have found a husky harvest, from the grudging ground. Vile vetches wowed you sow, or lentils lean, the growth of Egypt, or the kidney bean. Begin when the slow wagoner descends, nor cease your sowing till midwinter ends. For this, through 12 bright signs Apollo guides the year, and earth in several climes divides. 5 girdles bind the skies, the torrid zone Glows with the passing and repassing sun. Far on the right and left, extremes of heaven. To frosts and snows, and bitter blasts are given. Betwixt the midst and these, the gods assigned 2 habitable seats for humane kind. And cross their limits cut a sloping way, which the 12 signs in beauteous order sway. 2 poles turn round the globe. One seen to rise o'er Scythian hills, and one in Libyan skies. The first sublime in heaven, the last is world. Below the regions of the nether world. Around our pole the spiry dragon glides. And like a winding stream the bears divides. The less and greater, who by fate's decree abhor to dive beneath the southern sea. There, as they say, perpetual night is found. In silence brooding on unhappy ground. Or when Aurora leaves our northern sphere. She lights the downward heaven. And rises there. And when on us she breathes the living light. Red vesper kindles there the tapers of the night. From hence uncertain seasons we may know. And when to reap the grain, and when to sow. Or when to fell the furzes, when 'tis meet. To spread the flying canvas for the fleet. Observe what stars arise or disappear. And the 4 quarters of the rolling year. But when cold weather and continued rain. The laboring husband in his house restrain. Let him forecast his work with timely care. Which else is huddled, when the skies are fair. Then let him mark the sheep, or wet the shining share. Or hollow trees for boats, or number o'er his sacks, or measure his increasing store. Or sharpen stakes, or head the forks, or twine the sallow twigs to tie the straggling vine. Or wicker baskets weave, or air the corn. Or grinded grain betwixt 2 marbles turn. No laws, divine or humane, can restrain. From necessary works, the laboring swain. Even holy days and feasts permission yield. To float the meadows, or to fence the field. To fire the brambles, snare the birds, and steep in wholesome waterfalls the woolly sheep. And oft the drudging ass is driven, with toil, to neighboring towns with apples and with oil. Returning late, and loaden home with gain of bartered pitch, and hand mills for the grain. The lucky days, in each revolving moon. For labor chose, the 5th be sure to shun. That gave the Furies and pale Pluto birth. And armed, against the skies, the sons of earth. With mountains pilled on mountains, thrice they strove. To scale the steepy battlements of Jove. And thrice his lightning and red thunder played. And their demolished works in ruin laid. The 7th is, next the 10th, the best to join. Young oxen to the yoke, and plant the vine. Then weavers stretch your stays upon the weft. The 9th is good for travel, bad for theft. Some works in dead of night are better done. Or when the morning dew prevents the sun. Parched meads and stubble mow, by Phoebe's light. Which both require the coolness of the night. For moisture then abounds, and pearly rains descend in silence to refresh the plains. The wife and husband equally conspire to work by night, and rake the winter fire. He sharpens torches in the glimmering room. She shoots the flying shuttle through the loom. Or boils in kettles must of wine, and skins with leaves the dregs that overflow the brims. And till the watchful cock awakes the day, she sings to drive the tedious hours away. But in warm weather, when the skies are clear, by daylight reap the product of the year. And in the sun your golden grain display. And thrash it out, and winnow it by day. Plow naked, swain, and naked sow the land. For lazy winter numbs the laboring hand. In genial winter, swains enjoy their store. Forget their hardships, and recruit for more. The farmer to full bowls invites his friends. And what he got with pains, with pleasure spends. So sailors, when escaped from stormy seas, first crown their vessels, then indulge their ease. Yet that's the proper time to thrash the wood. For mast of oak, your father's homely food. To gather laurel berries, and the spoil of bloody myrtles, and to press your oil. For stalking cranes to set the guileful snare. Enclose the stags in toils, and hunt the hare. With Balearic slings, or Noshan bow. To persecute from far the flying doe. Then, when the fleecy skies new clothe the wood, and cakes of rustling ice come rolling down the flood. Now sing we stormy stars, when autumn weighs the year, and adds to nights, and shortens days. And suns declining shine with feeble rays. What cares must then attend the toiling swain? Or when the lowering spring, with lavish rain, beats down the slender stem and bearded grain, while yet the head is green, or lightly swelled with milky moisture, overlooks the field. Even when the farmer, now secure of fear, sends in the swains to spoil the finished year. Even while the reaper fills his greedy hands, and binds the golden sheaves in brittle bands. Oft have I seen a sudden storm arise from all the warring winds that sweep the skies. The heavy harvest from the root is torn, and whirled aloft the lighter stubble borne. With such a force the flying rack is driven, and such a winter wears the face of heaven. And oft whole sheets descend of sluicy rain, sucked by the spongy clouds from off the main. The lofty skies at once come pouring down. The promised crop and golden labors drown. The dikes are filled, and with a roaring sound, the rising rivers float the nether ground. And rocks the bellowing voice of boiling seas rebound. The Father of the gods his glory shrouds, involved in tempests, and a night of clouds. And from the middle darkness flashing out, by fits he deals his fiery bolts about. Earth feels the motions of her angry God. Her entrails tremble, and her mountains nod. And flying beasts in forests seek abode. Deep horror seizes every humane breast. Their pride is humbled, and their fear confessed. While he from high his rolling thunder throws, and fires the mountains with repeated blows. The rocks are from their old foundations rent. The winds redouble, and the rains augment. The waves on heaps are dashed against the shore. And now the woods, and now the billows roar. In fear of this, observe the starry signs. Where Saturn houses, and where Hermes joins. But first to heaven thy due devotions pay. And annual gifts on Ceres' altars lay. When winter's rage abates, when cheerful hours awake the spring, and spring awakes the flowers. On the green turf thy careless limbs display, and celebrate the mighty Mother's Day. For then the hills with pleasing shades are crowned, and sleeps are sweeter on the silken ground. With milder beams the sun securely shines. Fat are the lambs, and luscious are the wines. Let every swain adore her power divine. And milk and honey mix with sparkling wine. Let all the choir of clowns attend the show. In long procession, shouting as they go. Invoking her to bless their yearly stores. Inviting plenty to their crowded floors. Thus in the spring, and thus in summer's heat. Before the sickles touch the ripening wheat. On Ceres call. And let the labyrinth hind. With oaken wreaths his hollow temples bind. On Ceres let him call, and Ceres praise. With uncouth dances, and with country lays. And that by certain signs we may presage. Of heats and rains, and winds impetuous rage. The sovereign of the heavens has set on high. The moon, to mark the changes of the sky. When southern blasts showed cease. And when the swain showed near their folds his feeding flocks restrain. For ere the rising winds begin to roar, the working seas advance to wash the shore. Soft whispers run along the leafy woods, and mountains whistle to the murmuring floods. Even then the doubtful billows scarce abstain from the tossed vessel on the troubled main. When crying cormorants forsake the sea, and stretching to the covert wing their way. When sportful coots run skimming o'er the strand. When watchful herons leave their watery stand. And mounting upward, with erected flight, gain on the skies, and soar above the sight. And oft before tempestuous winds arise, the seeming stars fall headlong from the skies. And, shooting through the darkness, gild the night with sweeping glories, and long trails of light. And chaff with eddy winds is whirled around. And dancing leaves are lifted from the ground. And floating feathers on the waters play. But when the winged thunder takes his way from the cold north, and east and west engage, and at their frontiers meet with equal rage, the clouds are crushed, a glut of gathered rain. The hollow ditches fills, and floats the plain. And sailors furl their dropping sheets amain. Wet weather seldom hurts the most unwise. So plain the signs, such prophets are the skies. The wary crane foresees it first, and sails above the storm, and leaves the lowly valleys. The cow looks up, and from afar can find the change of heave-in, and snuffs it in the wind. The swallow schemes the river's watery face. The frogs renew the croaks of their loquacious race. The careful ant her secret cell forsakes, and drags her eggs along the narrow tracks. At either horn the rainbow drinks the flood. Huge flocks of rising rooks forsake their food, and, crying, seek the shelter of the wood. Besides, the several sorts of watery fowls that swim the seas, or haunt the standing pools. The swans that sail along the silver flood, and dive with stretching necks to search their food. Then lave their backs with sprinkling dews in vain, and stem the stream to meet the promised rain. The crow with clamrouse cries the shore demands, and single stalks along the desert sands. The nightly virgin, while her will she plies, foresees the storm impending in the skies. When sparkling lamps their sputtering light advance, and in the sockets oily bubbles dance. Then after showers, 'tis easy to descry returning suns, and a serener sky. The stars shine smarter, and the moon adorns, as with unborrowed beams, her sharpened horns. The filmy gossamer now flits no more, nor halcyons bask on the short sunny shore. Their litter is not tossed by sows unclean, but a blue droughty mist descends upon the plain. And owls, that mark the setting sun, declare a starlight evening, and a morning fair. Towering aloft, avenging Nisus flies, while dark below the guilty Scylla lies. Wherever fright Scylla flies away, swift Nisus follows, and pursues his prey. Where injured Nisus takes his airy course, thence trembling Scylla flies and shuns his force. This punishment pursues th unhappy maid, and thus the purple hair is dearly paid. Then, thrice the ravens rend the liquid air, and croaking notes proclaim the settled fair. Then, round their airy palaces they fly, to greet the sun, and seized with secret joy, when storms are overblown, with food repair to their forsaken nests, and callow care. Not that I think their breasts with heaven ly souls, inspurred, as man, who destiny controls, but with the changeful temper of the skies. As rams condense, and sunshine rarefies, so turn the species in their altered minds, compassed by calms, and discomposed by winds. From hence proceeds the bird's harmonious voice. From hence the cows exult, and frisking lambs rejoice. Observe the daily circle of the sun, and the short year of each revolving moon. By them thou shalt foresee the following day, nor shall a starry night thy hopes betray. When first the moon appears, if then she shrouds her silver crescent, tipped with sable clouds, Conclude she bodes a tempest on the main. And brews for fields impetuous floods of rain. Or if her face with fiery flushing glow, expect the rattling winds aloft to blow. But 4 nights old, for that's the surest sign. With sharpened horns if glorious then she shine. Next day, nor only that, but all the moon, till her revolving race be wholly run, are void of tempests, both by land and sea. And sailors in the port their promised vow shall pay. Above the rest, the sun, who never lies, foretells the change of weather in the skies. For if he rise, unwilling to his race, clouds on his brows, and spots upon his face, or if through mists he shoots his sullen beams, frugal of light, in loose and straggling streams, suspect a drizzling day, with southern rain, fatal to fruits, and flocks, and promised grain. Or if aurora, with half-opened eyes, and a pale sickly cheek, salute the skies, how shall the vine, with tender leaves, defend her teeming clusters, when the storms descend? When ridgy roofs and tiles can scarce avail to bar the ruin of the rattling hail. But more than all, the setting sun survey, when down the steep of Heaven he drives the day. For oft we find him finishing his race, with various colors airing on his face. If fiery red his glowing globe descends, high winds and furious tempests he portends. But if his cheeks are swoln with livid blue, he bodes wet weather by his watery hue. If dusky spots are varied on his brow, and, streaked with red, a troubled color show, that sullen mixture shall at once declare winds, rain, and storms, and elemental war. What desperate madman then wowed venture o'er the frith, or haul his cables from the shore? But if with purple rays he brings the light, and a pure Heaven resigns to quiet night, no rising winds, or falling storms, are nigh, but northern breezes through the forest fly, and drive the rack, and purge the ruffled sky. Unerring sun by certain signs declares what the late even, or early morn prepares. And when the south projects a stormy day, and when the clearing north will puff the clouds away, the sun reveals the secrets of the sky. And who dares give the source of light the lie? The change of empires often he declares, fierce tumults, hidden treasons, open wars. He first the fate of Caesar did foretell, and pitied Rome, when Rome in Caesar fell. In iron clouds concealed the public light, and impious mortals feared eternal night. Nor was the fact foretold by him alone. Nature herself stood forth, and seconded the sun. Earth, air, and seas, with prodigies were signed, and birds obscene, and howling dogs divined. What rocks did Etna's bellowing mouth expire from her torn entrails? And what floods of fire? What clanks were heard, in German skies afar, of arms and armies, rushing to the war? Dire earthquakes rent the solid Alps below, and from their summits shook eternal snow. Pale spectres in the close of night were seen, and voices heard of more than mortal men. In silent groves, dumb sheep and oxen spoke, and streams ran backward, and their beds forsook. The yawning earth disclosed abyss of hell. The weeping statues did the wars foretell, and holy sweat from brazen idols fell. Then rising in his might, the king of floods rushed through the forests, toward the lofty woods, and rolling onward, with a sweepy sway, bore houses, herds, and laboring hinds away. Blood sprang from wells, wolves howled in towns by night, and boding victims did the priests affright. Such peals of thunder never poured from high, nor forky lightnings flashed from such a sullen a sky. Red meteors ran across ethereal space. Stars disappeared, and comets took their place. For this, Emathian plains once more were strowed with Roman bodies, and just he then thought good to fatten twice those fields with Roman blood. Then, after length of time, the labouring swains, who turn the turfs of those unhappy plains, shall rusty piles from the ploughed furrows take, and over empty helmets pass the rake, amazed at antic titles on the stones, and mighty relics of gigantic bones. Ye home-born deities, of mortal birth, thou Father Romulus, and Mother Earth, Goddess unmoved, whose guardian arms extend o'er thus can Tiber's course, and Roman Taurus defend. With youthful Caesar your joint powers engage, nor hinder him to save the sinking age. Oh! Let the blood, already spilt, atone for the past crimes of cursed Laomedon. He then wants thee there, and long the gods, we know, have grudged thee, Caesar, to the world below, where fraud and rapine, right and wrong confound, where impious arms from every part resound, and monstrous crimes in every shape are crowned. The peaceful peasant to the wars is pressed. The fields lie fallow in inglorious rest. The plain no pasture to the flock affords. The crooked scythes are straightened into swords. And there Euphrates her soft offspring arms. And here the Rhine rebellows with alarms. The neighboring cities range on several sides. Perfidious Mars long-plighted leagues divides. And o'er the wasted world in triumph rides. So 4 fierce coursers starting to the race scour through the plain, and lengthen every pace. Nor reins, nor curbs, nor threatening cries they fear, but force along the trembling charioteer. The second book. The argument. The subject of the following book is planting. In handling of which argument, the poet shews all the different methods of raising trees, describes their variety, and gives rules for the management of each in particular. He then points out the soils in which the several plants thrive best, and thence takes occasion to run out into the praises of Italy. After which he gives some directions for discovering the nature of every soil, prescribes rules for the dressing of vines, olives, and concludes the Geórgic with a panegyric on a country life. Thus far of tillage, and of heave ly signs. Now sing my muse the growth of genrouse vines, the shady groves, the woodland progeny, and the slow product of Minerva's tree. Great Father Bacchus, to my song repair, for clustering grapes are thy peculiar care. For thee large bunches load the bending vine, and the last blessings of the year are thine. To thee his joys the jolly autumn owes, when the fermenting juice the vat o'erflows. Come strip with me, my God, come drench all o'er thy limbs in must of wine, and drink at every pore. Some trees their birth to bounteous nature owe, for some without the pains of planting grow. With osiers thus the banks of brooks abound, sprung from the watery genius of the ground. From the same principles grey willows come, Herculean poplar, and the tender broom. But some from seeds inclosed in earth arise, for thus the mastful chestnut mates the skies. Hence rise the branching beech and vocal oak, where Jove of old oraculously spoke. Some from the root arising would disclose. Thus elms, and thus the salvage cherry grows. Thus the green bays, that binds the poet's brows, shoots and is sheltered by the mother's boughs. These ways of planting, nature did ordain, for trees and shrubs, and all the sylvan rain. Others there are, by late experience found. Some cut the shoots, and plant in furrowed ground. Some cover rooted stalks in deeper mold. Some cloven stakes, and, wanderous to behold, their sharpened ends in earth their footing place, and the dry poles produce a living race. Some bow their vines, which buried in the plain, their tops in distant arches rise again. Others no root require, the labrare cuts young slips, and in the soil securely puts. Even stumps of olives, barred of leaves, and dead revive, and oft redeem their withered head. 'Tis usual now, an inmate graft to see, with insolence invade a foreign tree. Thus pears and quinces from the crabtree come, and thus the ruddy cornel bears the plum. Then let the learned gardener mark with care the kinds of stocks, and what those kinds will bear. Explore the nature of each several tree, and known, improve with artful industry. And let no spot of idle earth be found, but cultivate the genius of the ground. For open Ismarus will Bacchus please. Tiburnus loves the shade of olive trees. The virtues of the several soils I sing. Maecenas, now thy needful succor bring. O thou, the better part of my renown, inspire thy poet and thy poem crown. Embark with me, while I new tracks explore, with flying sails and breezes from the shore. Not that my song, in such a scanty space, so large a subject fully can embrace. Not though I were supplied with iron lungs, 100 mouths, filled with as many tongues. But steer my vessel with a steady hand, and coast along the shore in sight of land. Nor will I tire thy patience with a train of preface, or what ancient poets feign. The trees, which of themselves advance in air, are barren kinds, but strongly built and fair. Because the vigor of the native earth maintains the plant, and makes a manly birth. Yet these, receiving grafts of other kind, or thence transplanted, change their salvage mind. Their wildness lose, and quitting nature's part, obey the rules and discipline of art. The same do trees, that, sprung from barren roots, in open fields, transplanted bear their fruits. For where they grow the native energy turns all into the substance of the tree. Starves and destroys the fruit, is only made for brawny bulk, and for a barren shade. The plant that shoots from seed, a sullen tree, at leisure grows, for late posterity. The generous flavor lost, the fruits decay, and salvage grapes are made the bird's ignoble prey. Much labor is required in trees, to tame their wild disorder, and in ranks reclaim. Well must the ground be digged, and better dressed, new soil to make, and meliorate the rest. Old stakes of olive trees in plants revive. By the same methods Paphian myrtles live. But nobler vines by propagation thrive. From roots hard hazels, and from scions rise tall ash, and taller oak that mates the skies. Palm, poplar, fir, descending from the steep of hills, to try the dangers of the deep. The thin-leaved arbute hazel, grafts receives. And plains huge apples bear, that bore but leaves. Thus mastful beech the bristly chestnut bears. And the wild ash is white with blooming pears. And greedy swine from grafted elms are fed with falling acorns, that on oaks are bred. But various are the ways to change the state of plants, to bud, to graft, inoculate. For where the tender rinds of trees disclose their shooting gems, a swelling knot there grows. Just in that space a narrow slit we make. Then other buds from bearing trees we take. Inserted thus, the wounded rind we close. In whose moist womb admitted infant grows. But when the smoother bowl from knots is free, we make a deep incision in the tree. And in the solid wood the slip enclose. The battening bastard shoots again and grows. And in short space the laden boughs arise, with happy fruit advancing to the skies. The mother plant admires the leaves unknown of alien trees, and apples not her own. Of vegetable woods are various kinds, and the same species are of several minds. Lotes, willows, elms, have different forms allowed. So funral cypress rising like a shroud. Fat olive trees of sundry sorts appear. Of sundry shapes their unctuous berries bear. Radage long olives, orchids round produce. And bitter pausia, pounded for the juice. Alcinoous orchard various apples bears. Unlike our bergamots and pounder pears. Nor our Italian vines produce the shape, or taste, or flavor of the Lesbian grape. The Thasian vines in richer soils abound. The Mareotique grow in barren ground. The Scythian grape we dry, Legian juice, will stammering tongues, and staggering feet produce. Wraith ripe are some, and some of later kind. Of golden some, and some of purple rind. How shall I praise the Rhethian grape divine, which yet contends not with Falernian wine? Ammonian many a consulship survives, and longer than the Lydian vintage lives, or high Phineas king of Chian growth. But for large quantities, and lasting both, the less Argytis bears the prize away. The Rhodian, sacred to the solemn day, in second services is poured to Jove, and best accepted by the gods above. Nor must Bumastus his old honors lose, in length and largeness like the dugs of cows. I pass the rest, whose every race and name, and kinds, are less material to my theme. Which who wowed learn, as soon may tell the sands, driven by the western wind on Libyan lands. Or number, when the blustering Eurus roars, the billows beating on Ionian shores. Nor every plant on every soil will grow. The sallow loves the watery ground, and low the marshes, alders. Nature seems to ordain the rocky cliff for the wild ashes rain. The baleful Yough to northern blasts assigns, to shores the myrtles, and to mounts the vines. Regard extremest cultivated coast, from hot Arabia to the Scythian frost. All sort of trees their several countries know. Black ebon only will in India grow, and Odyrous frankincense on the Sabaean bough. Balm slowly trickles through the bleeding veins of happy shrubs, in Idumean plains. The green Egyptian thorn, for medicine good, with Ethiop's hoary trees and woolly wood. Let others tell, and how the Syris spin their fleecy forests in a slender twine, with mighty trunks of trees on Indian shores, whose height above the feathered arrow soars, shot from the toughest bow, and by the brawn of expert archers, with vast vigor drawn. Sharp-tasted citrons median climes produce. Bitter the rind, but generous is the juice. A cordial fruit, a present antidote against the direful stepdam's deadly draught, who mixing wicked weeds with words impure, the fate of envied orphans would procure. Large is the plant, and like a laurel grows, and did it not a different scent disclose? A laurel were, the fragrant flores contemn the stormy winds, tenacious of their stem. With this the meads, to labouring age, bequeath new lungs, and cure the sourness of the breath. But neither Median woods, a plenteous land, fair Ganges, Hermus rolling golden sand, nor Bactria, nor the richer Indian fields, nor all the gummy stores Arabia yields, nor any foreign earth of greater name, can with sweet Italy contend in fame. No bulls, whose nostrils breath a living flame, have turned our turf, no teeth of serpents here. Were sown, an armed host, an iron crop to bear. But fruitful vines, and the fat olives freight, and harvests heavy with their fruitful weight, adorn our fields, and on the cheerful green, the grazing flocks and lowing herds are seen. The warrior horse, here bred, is taught to train. There flows Clitumnus through the flowery plain, whose waves, for triumphs after prosperous war, the victim ox, and snowy sheep prepare. Perpetual spring our happy climate sees. Twice breed the cattle, and twice bear the trees. And summer suns recede by slow degrees. Our land is from the land of tigers freed. Nor nourishes the lion's angry seed. Nor poisonous aconite is here product. Or grows unknown, or is, when known, reefest. Nor in so vast a length our serpents glide, or riced on such a spiry volume ride. Next add our cities of illustrious name, their costly labor and stupendous frame. Our forts on steepy hills, that far below see wanton streams, in winding valleys flow. Our twofold seas, that washing either side, a rich recruit of foreign stores provide. Our spacious lakes, the Larius, first, and next. Benicus, with tempestuous billows vexed. Or shall I praise thy ports, or mention make of the vast mound, that binds the Lucran lake? Or the disdainful sea, that, shut from thence, roars round the structure, and invades the fence? There, where secure the Julian waters glide, or where Avernus' jaws admit the tearing tide. Our quarries deep in earth, were famed of old, for veins of silver, and for ore of gold. Inhabitants themselves, their country grace. Hence rose the Marsian and Sabellian race. Strong-limbed and stout, and to the wars inclined. And hard Ligurians, a laborious kind. And Volscians armed with iron-headed darts. Besides an offspring of undaunted hearts. The Decige, marriage, great Camillus came from hence, and greater Scipio's double name. And mighty Caesar, whose victorious arms to farthest Asia, carry fierce alarms. Avert unwarlike Indians from his Rome. Triumph abroad, secure our peace at home. Hail, sweet Saturnian soil, of fruitful grain. Great parent, greater of illustrious men. For thee my tuneful accents will I raise, and treat of arts disclosed in ancient days. Once more unlock for thee the sacred spring, and old Ascrian verse in Roman cities sing. The nature of their several soils now see, their strength, their color, their fertility. And first for heath, and barren hilly ground, where meager clay and flinty stones abound. Where the poor soil all succor seems to want. Yet this suffices the Palladian plant. Undoubted signs of such a soil are found. For here wild olive shoots o'erspread the ground, and heaps of berries strew the fields around. But where the soil, with fattening moisture filled, is clothed with grass, and fruitful to be tilled, such as in cheerful valleys we view from high, which dripping rocks with rolling streams supply, and feed with ooze, where rising hillocks run in length, and open to the southern sun. Where fern succeeds, ungrateful to the plough, that gentle ground to generous grapes allow. Strong stalks of vines it will in time produce, and overflow the vats with friendly juice, such as our priests in golden goblets pour to gods, the givers of the cheerful hour. Then when the bloated Thuscan blows his horn, and reeking entrails are in chargers borne, if herds or fleecy flocks be more thy care, or goats that graze the field, and burn it bare, then seek Tarentum's lawns, and farthest coast, or such a field as hapless Mantua lost, where silver swans sail down the watery road, and graze the floating herbage of the flood. Their crystal streams perpetual tenor keep, nor food nor springs are wanting to thy sheep. For what the day devours, the nightly dew shall to the morn in pearly drops renew. Fat crumbling earth is fitter for the plough, putrid and loose above, and black below. For ploughing is an imitative toil, resembling nature in an easy soil. No land for seed like this, no fields afford so large an income to the village lord. No toiling teams from harvest labor come so late at night, so heavy laden home. The like of forest land is understood, from whence the surly ploughman grubs the wood, which had for length of ages idle stood. Then birds forsake the ruines of their seat, and flying from their nests their callow young forget. The coarse lean gravel, on the mountain sides, scarce dewy beverage for the bees provides. Nor chalk nor crumbling stones, the food of snakes, that work in hollow earth their winding tracks. The soil exhaling clouds of subtle dews, imbibing moisture which with ease she spews, which rusts not iron, and whose mold is clean, well clothed with cheerful grass, and ever green, is good for olives and aspiring vines, embracing husband elms in amrous twines, is fit for feeding cattle, fit to sow, and equal to the pasture and the plough. Such is the soil of fat Campanian fields, such large increase Vesuvius yields, and such a country could a Sarah boast, till Clanius overflowed th unhappy coast. I teach thee next the differing soils to know, the light for vines, the heavier for the plough. Choose first a place for such a purpose fit, there dig the solid earth, and sink a pit. Next fill the hole with its own earth again, and trample with thy feet, and tread it in. Then if it rise not to the former height of superfice, conclude that soil is light, a proper ground for pasturage and vines. But if the sullen earth, so pressed, repines within its native mansion to retire, and stays without, a heap of heavy mire, 'tis good for arable, a glebe that asks tough teams of oxen, and laborious tasks. Salt earth and bitter are not fit to sow, nor will be tammed or mended with the plough. Sweet grapes degenerate there, and fruits declined from their first flavorous taste, renounce their kind. This truth by sure experiment is tried. For first an osier colander provide, of twigs thick wrought, such toiling peasants twine, when through straight passages they strain their wine winky face. In this close vessel place that earth accursed, but filled brimful with wholesome water first. Then run it through, the drops will rope around, and by the bitter taste disclose the ground. The fatter earth by handling we may find, with ease distinguished from the meager kind. Poor soil will crumble into dust, the rich will to the fingers cleave like clammy pitch. Moist earth produces corn and grass, but both too rank and too luxuriant in their growth. Let not my land so large a promise boast, lest the lank ears in length of stem be lost. The heavier earth is by her weight betrayed, the lighter in the poising hand is weight. 'Tis easy to distinguish by the sight the color of the soil, and black from white. But the cold ground is difficult to know. Yet this the plants that prosper there, will show. Black ivy, pitch trees, and the baleful yuff. These rules considered well, with early care, the vineyard destined for thy vines prepare. But, long before the planting, dig the ground with furrows deep that cast a rising mound. The clods, exposed to winter winds, will bake, for putrid earth will best in vineyards take, and hoary frosts, after the painful toil of delving hinds, will rot the mellow soil. Some peasants, not omit the nicest care, of the same soil their nursery prepare, with that of their plantation, lest the tree, translated, should not with the soil agree. Beside, to plant it as it was, they mark the heave-ns 4 quarters on the tender bark, and to the north or south restore the side, which at their birth did heat or cold abide. So strong is custom, such effects can use, in tender souls of pliant plants produce. Choose next a province, for thy vineyards reign, on hills above, or in the lowly plain. If fertile fields or valleys be thy choice, plant thick, for bounteous Bacchus will rejoice in close plantations there. But if the vine on rising ground be placked, or hills supine, extend thy loose battalions largely wide, opening thy ranks and files on either side, but marshalled all in order as they stand, and let no soldier straggle from his band. As legions in the field their front display, to try the fortune of some doubtful day, and move to meet their foes with sober pace, strict to their figure, though in wider space. Before the battle joins, while from afar, the field yet glitters with the pomp of war. And equal Mars, like an impartial lord, leaves all to fortune, and the dint of sword. So let thy vines in intervals be set, but not their rural discipline forget. Indulge their width, and add a roomy space, that their extremest lines may scarce embrace. Nor this alone indulge a vain delight, and make a pleasing prospect for the sight. But, for the ground itself this only way can equal vigor to the plants convey, which crowded, want the room, their branches to display. How deep they must be planted, wouldst thou know? In shallow furrows vines securely grow. Not so the rest of plants. For Jove's own tree, that holds the woods in awful sovereignty, requires a depth of lodging in the ground. And, next the lower skies, a bed profound. High as his topmost boughs to heaven ascend, so low his roots to hell's dominion tend. Therefore, nor winds, nor winters rage o'erthrows his bulky body, but unmoved he grows. For length of ages lasts his happy reign, and lives of mortal man contend in vain. Full in the midst of his own strength he stands, stretching his brawny arms, and leafy hands. His shade protects the plains, his head the hills commands. The hurtful hazel in thy vineyard shun, nor plant it to receive the setting sun. Nor break the topmost branches from the tree, nor prune, with blunted knife, the progeny. Root up wild olives from thy labored lands. For sparkling fire, from hinds' unwary hands, is often scattered o'er their unctuous rinds, and after spread abroad by raging winds. For first the smouldering flame the trunk receives, ascending thence, it crackles in the leaves. At length victorious to the top aspires, involving all the wood with smoky fires. But most, when driven by winds, the flaming storm of the long files destroys the beauteous form. In ashes then unhappy vineyard lies. Nor will the blasted plants from ruin rise. Nor will the withered stalk be green again, but the wild olive shoots, and shades ungrateful plain. Be not seduct with wisdom's empty shows, to stir the peaceful ground when Boreas blows. When winter frosts constrain the field with cold, the fainty root can take no steady hold. But when the golden spring reveals the year, and the white bird returns, whom serpents fear, that season deem the best to plant thy vines. Next that, is when autumnal warmth declines, ere heat is quite decayed, or cold begun, or Capricorn admits the winter sun. The spring adorns the woods, renews the leaves. The womb of earth the genial seed receives. For then almighty Jove descends, and pours into his buxom bride his fruitful shoress. And mixing his large limbs with hers, he feeds her births with kindly juice, and fosters teeming seeds. Then joyous birds frequent the lonely grove, and beasts, by nature stung, renew their love. Then fields the blades of buried corn disclose, and while the balmy western spirit blows, earth to the breath her bosom dares expose. With kindly moisture then the plants abound. The grass securely springs above the ground. The tender twig shoots upward to the skies, and on the faith of the new sun relies. The swerving vines on the tall elms prevail, unhurt by southern showers or northern hail. They spread their gems the genial warmth to share, and boldly trust their buds in open air. In this soft season, so sweet poets sing, the world was hatched by Heaven's imperial king. In prime of all the year, and holy days of spring, earth knew no season then, but spring alone. On the moist ground the sun serenely shone. Then winter winds their blustering rage forbear, And in a silent pomp proceeds the mighty year. Sheep soon were sent to people flowery fields. And salvage beasts were banished into wilds. Then heaven was lighted up with stars, and man. A hard relentless race, from stones began. Nor could the tender, new creation, bear excessive heats or coldness of the year. But chilled by winter, or by summer furred, the middle temper of the spring required. When infant nature was with quiet crowned, and heaven's indulgence brooded on the ground. For what remains, in depth of earth secure? Thy covered plants, and dung with hot manure. And shells and gravel in the ground enclose. For through their hollow chinks the water flows. Which, thus imbibed, returns in misty dews. And steaming up, the rising plant renews. Some husbandmen, of late, have found the way. A hilly heap of stones above to lay. And press the plants with sherds of potter's clay. This fence against immoderate rain they found. Or when the dog-star cleaves the thirsty ground. Be mindful when thou hast entombed the shoot. With store of earth around to feed the root. With iron teeth of rakes and prongs, to move the crusted earth, and loosen it above. Then exercise thy sturdy steers to plough betwixt thy vines, and teach thy feeble row to mount on reeds, and wands, and, upward led, on ashen poles to raise their forky head. On these new crutches let them learn to walk, till swerving upwards, with a stronger stalk, they brave the winds, and, clinging to their guide, on tops of elms at length triumphant ride. But in their tender nonage, while they spread their springing leaves, and lift their infant head, and upward while they shoot in open air, indulge their childhood, and the nursling spare. Nor exercise thy rage on newborn life, but let thy hands supply the pruning knife, and crop luxuriant stragglers, nor be loath to strip the branches of their leafy growth. But when the rooted vines, with steady hold, can clasp their elms, then husbandmen be bold to lop the disobedient boughs that strayed beyond their ranks. Let crooked steel invade the lawless troops, which discipline disclaim, and their superfluous growth with rigor tame. Next, fanked with hedges and deep ditches round, exclude encroaching cattle from thy ground, while yet the tender gems but just appear, unable to sustain uncertain year, whose leaves are not alone foul winter's prey, but oft by summer suns are scorched away. And worse than both, become unworthy brows of buffaloes, salt goats, and hungry cows. For not December's frost that burns the boughs, nor dog days' parching heat that splits the rocks, are half so harmful as the greedy flocks, their venomed bite, and scars indented on the stalks. For this the malefactor goat was laid on Bacchus's altar, and his forfeit paid. At Athens thus old comedy began, when round the streets the reeling actors ran, in country villages, and crossing ways, contending for the prizes of their plays. And glad, with Bacchus, on the grassy soil, leapt o'er the skins of goats besmeared with oil. Thus Roman youth derived from ruined Troy, in rude Saturnian rhymes expressed their joy. With taunts, and laughter loud, their audience please. Deformed with vizards, cut from barks of trees. In jolly hymns they praise the god of wine, whose earthen images adorn the pine. And there are hung on high, in honor of the vine, a madness so devout the vineyards fills, in hollow valleys and on rising hills. On whate'er side he turns his honest face, and dances in the wind, those fields are in his grace. To Bacchus therefore let us tune our lays, and in our mother tongue resound his praise. Thin cakes in chargers, and a guilty goat, dragged by the horns, be to his altars brought, whose offered entrails shall his crime reproach. And drip their fatness from the hazel broach. To dress thy vines new labor is required. Nor must the painful husbandman be tiered. For thrice, at least, in compass of the year, thy vineyard must employ the sturdy steer to turn the glebe. Besides thy daily pain, to break the clods, and make the surface plain. T'unload the branches or the leaves to thin, that suck the vital moisture of the vine. Thus in a circle runs the peasant's pain. And the year rolls within itself again. Even in the lowest months, when storms have shed from vines the hairy honors of their head. Not then the drudging hind his labor ends, but to the coming year his care extends. Even then the naked vine he persecutes. His pruning knife at once reforms and cuts. Be first to dig the ground, be first to burn the branches lopped, and first the props return into thy house, that bore the burdened vines. But last to reap the vintage of thy wines. Twice in the year luxuriant leaves o'ershade the encumbered vine, rough brambles twice invade. Hard labor both. Commend the large excess of spacious vineyards, cultivate the less. Besides, in woods the shrubs of prickly thorn, sallows and reeds, on banks of rivers born, remain to cut, for vineyards useful found. To stay thy vines, and fence thy fruitful ground. Nor when thy tender trees at length are bound. When peaceful vines from pruning hooks are free. When husbands have surveyed the last degree, and utmost files of plants, and ordered every tree. Even when they sing at ease in full content, insulting o'er the toils they underwent. Yet still they find a future task remain. To turn the soil, and break the clods again. And after all, their joys are unsincere. While falling rains on ripening grapes they fear. Quite opposite to these are olives found. No dressing they require, and dread no wound. Nor rakes nor harrows need, but fixed below. Rejoice in open air, and unconcernedly grow. The soil itself do nourishment supplies. Plow but the furrows, and the fruits arise. Content with small endeavors, till they spring. Soft peace they figure, and sweet plenty bring. Then olives plant, and hymns to Pallas sing. Thus apple trees, whose trunks are strong to bear their spreading boughs, exert themselves in air. Want no supply, but stand secure alone. Not trusting foreign forces, but their own. Till with the ruddy freight the bending branches grown. Thus trees of nature, and each common bush, uncultivated thrive, and with red berries blush. Vile shrubs are shorn for browse, the towering height of unctuous trees, are torches for the night. And shall we doubt, indulging easy sloth, to sow, to set, and to reform their growth? To leave the lofty plants, the lowly kind, are for the shepherd, or the sheep designed. Even humble broom and osiers have their use. And shade for sleep, and food for flocks' produce. Hedges for corn, and honey for the bees. Besides the pleasing prospect of the trees. How goodly looks Cyderus, ever green. With boxen groves, with what delight are seen. Nourishian woods of pitch, whose gloomy shade seems for retreat of thoughtful muses made. But much more pleasing are those fields to see, that need not plows, nor human industry. Even cold Caucasian rocks with trees are spread, and where green forests on their hilly head. Though, bending from the blast of eastern storms, though, shent their leaves, and shattered are their arms, yet heave in their various plants for use designs. For houses cedars, and for shipping pines. Cypress provides for spokes, and wheels of wains. And all for keels of ships, that scour the watery plains. Willows in twigs are fruitful, elms in leaves. The war, from stubborn myrtle shafts receives. From cornels javelins, and the tougher yuff receives the bending figure of a bough. Nor box, nor limes, without their use are made. Smooth-grained, and proper for the turner's trade. Which curious hands may curve, and steel with ease invade. Light alder stems the Po's impetuous tide. And bees in hollow oaks their honey hide. Now balance, with these gifts, the fumy joys of wine, attended with eternal noise. Wine urged to lawless lust the centaurs train. Through wine they quarrelled, and through wine were slain. Oh happy, if he knew his happy state. The swain, who, free from business and debate, receives his easy food from nature's hand, and just returns of cultivated land. No palace, with a lofty gate, he wants. Admit the tides of early visitants. With eager eyes devouring, as they pass, the breathing figures of Corinthian brass. No statues threaten, from high pedestals. No Persian heiress hides his homely walls with antique vests, which through their shady fold betray the streaks of ill-dissembled gold. He boasts no wool, whose native white is dyed with purple poison of Assyrian pride. No costly drugs of Araby defile with foreign scents, the sweetness of his oil. But easy quiet, a secure retreat. A harmless life that knows not how to cheat. With homebred plenty the rich owner bless. And rural pleasures crown his happiness. Unvexed with quarrels, undisturbed with noise. The country king his peaceful realm enjoys. Cool grots, and living lakes, the flowery pride of meads, and streams that through the valley glide. And shady groves that easy sleep invite. And after toilsome days, a sweet repose at night. Wild beasts of nature in his woods abound. And youth, of labor patient, plough the ground. Inured to hardship, and to homely fare. Nor venerable age is wanting there. In great examples to the youthful train. Nor are the gods odd-aired with rites profane. From hence Astrea took her flight, and here the prints of her departing steps appear. Ye sacred muses, with whose beauty furred my soul is ravished, and my brain inspurred. Whose priest I am, whose holy fillets wear. Wowed you your Virgil's first petition here? Give me the ways of wandering stars to know. The depths of heaven above, and earth below. Teach me the various labors of the moon. And whence proceed eclipses of the sun. Why flowing tides prevail upon the main. And in what dark recess they shrink again. What shakes the solid earth, what cause delays the summer nights, and shortens winter days. But if my heavy blood restrain the flight of my free soul, aspiring to the height of nature, and unclouded fields of light, my next desire is, void of care and strife, to lead a soft, secure, inglorious life. A country cottage near a crystal flood. A winding valley, and a lofty wood. Some god conduct me to the sacred shades, where bacchanals are sung by Spartan maids. Or lift me high to Haemus' hilly crown. Or in the plains of Tempe lay me down. Or lead me to some solitary place, and cover my retreat from human race. Happy the man, who, studying nature's laws, through known effects can trace the secret cause. His mind possessing, in a quiet state, fearless of fortune, and resigned to fate. And happy too is he, who decks the boweress of sylvans, and adores the rural poweress, whose mind, unmoved, the bribes of courts can see, their glittering baits, and purple slavery. Nor hopes the people's praise, nor fears their frown. Nor, when contending kindred tear the crown, will set up one, or pull another down. Without concern he hears, but hears from far, of tumults and descents, and distant war. Nor with a superstitious fear is awed, for what befalls at home, or what abroad. Nor envies he the rich their heapy store. Nor with a helpless hand condoles the poor. He feeds on fruits, which, of their own accord, the willing ground, and laden trees afford. From his loved home no lucre him can draw. The Senate's mad decrees he never saw, nor heard, at bawling bars, corrupted law. Some to the seas, and some to camps resort, and some with impudence invade the court. In foreign countries others seek renown, with wars and taxes others waste their own, and houses burn, and household gods deface, to drink in bowls which glittering gems enchase, to loll on couches, rich with citron steads, and lay their guilty limbs in Tyrian beds. This wretch in earth entombs his golden ore, hovering and brooding on his buried store. Some patriot fools to popular praise aspire, by public speeches, which worse fools admire. While from both benches, with redoubled sounds, applause of lords and commoners abounds. Some through ambition, or through thirst of gold, have slain their brothers, or their country sold, and leaving their sweet homes, in exile run, to lands that lie beneath another sun. The peasant, innocent of all these ills, with crooked plows the fertile fallows tills, and the round year with daily labor fills. From hence the country markets are supplied. Enough remains for household charge beside his wife, and tender children to sustain, and gratefully to feed his dumb deserving train. Nor cease his labors, till the yellow field a full return of bearded harvest yield. A crop so plenteous, as the land to load. Come the crowded barns, and lodge on ricks abroad. Thus every several season is employed. Some spent in toil, and some in ease enjoyed. The yeaning ewes prevent the springing year. The lated boughs their fruits in autumn bear. 'Tis then the vine her liquid harvest yields, balked in the sunshine of ascending fields. The winter comes, and then the falling mast, for greedy swine, provides a full repast. Then olives, ground in mills, their fatness boast, and winter fruits are mellowed by the frost. His cares are eased with intervals of bliss. His little children climbing for a kiss, welcome their father's late return at night. His faithful bed is crowned with chaste delight. His kine with swelling udders ready stand, and, lowing for the pail, invite the milker's hand. His wanton kids, with budding horns prepared, fight harmless battles in his homely yard. Himself in rustic pomp, on holy days, to rural powers a just oblation pays, and on the green his careless limbs displays. The hearth is in the midst, the herdsman round, the cheerful fire, provoke his health in goblets crowned. He calls on Bacchus, and propounds the prize. The groom his fellow groom at butts defies, and bends his bow, and levels with his eyes. Or stripped for wrestling, smears his limbs with oil, and watches with a trip his foe to foil. Such was the life the frugal Sabines led. So Remus and his brother God were bred, from whom austere Etrurian virtue rose. And this rude life our homely fathers chose. Old Rome from such a race derived her birth, the seat of empire, and the conquered earth, which now on 7 high hills triumphant reigns, and in that compass all the world contains. Ere Saturn's rebel son usurped the skies, when beasts were only slain for sacrifice, while peaceful Crete enjoyed her ancient lord. Ere sounding hammers forged inhumane sword, ere hollow drums were beat, before the breath of brazen trumpets rung the peals of death. The good old god his hunger did assuage, with roots and herbs, and gave the golden age. But overlabored with so long a course, 'tis time to set at ease the smoking horse. The third book. The argument. This book begins with an invocation of some rural deities, and a compliment to Augustus, after which Virgil directs himself to Maecenas, and enters on his subject. He lays down rules for the breeding and management of horses, oxen, sheep, goats, and dogs, and interweaves several pleasant descriptions of a chariot race, of the battle of the bulls, of the force of love, and of the Scythian winter. In the latter part of the book he relates the diseases incident to cattle, and ends with the description of a fatal murrain that formerly ragged among the Alps. Thy fields, propitious pales, I rehearse. And sing thy pastures in no vulgar verse. Am Frisian shepherd, the Lycian woods. Arcadia's flowery plains, and pleasing floods. All other themes, that careless minds invite, are worn with use, unworthy me to write. Beziris' altars, and the dire decrees of hard Eurystheus, every reader sees. Hylas the boy, Latona's erring isle, and Pelops' hoary shoulder, and his toil. For fair Hippodame, with all the rest of Grecian tales, by poets are expressed. New ways I must attempt, my groveling name to raise aloft, and wing my flight to fame. I, first of Romans, shall in triumph come from conquered Greece, and bring her trophies home. With foreign spoils adorn my native place, and with Idum's palms, my Mantua grace. Of Parian stone a temple will I raise, where the slow Mincius through the valley strays, where cooling streams invite the flocks to drink, and reeds defend the winding water's brink. Full in the midst shall mighty Caesar stand, hold the chief honors, and the dome command. Then I, conspicuous in my Tyrian gown, submitting to his godhead my renown, 100 coursers from the goal will drive. The rival chariots in the race shall strive. All Greece shall flock from far, my games to see. The whirlbat, and the rapid race, shall be reserved for Caesar, and ordained by me. Myself, with olive crowned, the gifts will bear. Even now methinks the public shouts I hear. The passing pageants, and the pomps appear. I, to the temple will conduct the crew. The sacrifice and sacrificers view. From thence return, attended with my train, where the proud theatres disclose the scene, which interwoven Britons seem to raise, and shew the triumph which their shame displays. High o'er the gate, in elephant and gold, the crowd shall Caesar's Indian war behold. The Nile shall flow beneath, and on the side, his shattered ships on brazen pillars ride. Next him Niphates with inverted urn, and dropping sedge, shall his Armenia mourn. And Asian cities in our triumph borne, with backward bows the Parthians shall be there, and, spurring from the fight confess their fear. A double wreath shall crown our Caesar's brows. Two differing trophies, from two different foes. Europe with Afric in his fame shall join, but neither shore his conquest shall confine. The Parian marble, there, shall seem to move in breathing statues, not unworthy Jove, resembling heroes, whose ethereal root is Jove himself, and Caesar is the fruit. Tros and his race the sculptor shall employ, and he the god, who built the walls of Troy. Envy herself at last, grown pale and dumb, by Caesar combated and overcome, shall give her hands, and fear the curling snakes of lashing furies, and the burning lakes. The pains of famished Tantalus shall feel, and Sisyphus that labors up the hill. The rolling rock in vain, and cursed Ixion's wheel. Meantime we must pursue the sylvan lands. Abode of nymphs, untouched by former hands. For such, Maecenas, are thy hard commands. Without thee nothing lofty can I sing. Come then, and with thyself thy genius bring, with which inspurred, I brook no dull delay. Cithæron loudly calls me to my way. Thy hounds, Taygetus, open and pursue their prey. High Epidaurus urges on my speed, famed for his hills, and for his horses' breed. From hills and dales the cheerful cries rebound, for echo hunts along, and propagates the sound. A time will come, when my maturer muse in Caesar's wars, a nobler theme shall choose. And through more ages bear my sovereign's praise. Then have from Tithon passed to Caesar's days. The generous youth, who studious of the prize, the race of running coursers multiplies. Or to the plough the sturdy bullock breeds, may know that from the dam the worth of each proceeds. The mother cow must wear a lowering look, sour-headed, strongly necked, to bear the yoke. Her double dewlap from her chin descends, and at her thighs the ponderous burthen ends. Long are her sides and large, her limbs are great. Rough are her ears, and broad her horny feet. Her color shining black, but flecked with white. She tosses from the yoke, provokes the fight. She rises in her gait, is free from fears. And in her face a bull's resemblance bears. Her ample forehead with a star is crowned. And with her length of tail she sweeps the ground. The bull's insult at 4 she may sustain. But, after 10, from nuptial rites refrain. 6 seasons use, but then release the cow. Unfit for love, and for the laboring plough. Now while their youth is filled with kindly fire, submit thy females to the lusty sire. Watch the quick motions of the frisking tail. Then serve their fury with the rushing male. Indulging pleasure lest the breed should fail. In youth alone, unhappy mortals live. But, ah! The mighty bliss is fugitive. Discolored sickness, anxious labor come. And age, and death's inexorable doom. Yearly thy herds in vigor will impair. Recruit and mend them with thy yearly care. Still propagate, for still they fall away. 'Tis prudence to prevent entire decay. Like diligence requires the courser's race. In early choice, and for a longer space. The colt, that for a stallion is designed, by sure presages shows his generous kind. Of able body, sound of limb and wind. Upright he walks, on pasterns firm and straight. His motions easy, prancing in his gait. The first to lead the way, to tempt the flood. To pass the bridge unknown, nor fear the trembling wood. Dauntless at empty noises, lofty-necked. Sharp-headed, barrel-bellied, broadly backed. Brawny his chest, and deep, his color gray. For beauty dappled, or the brightest bay. Faint white and dun will scarce the rearing pay. The fiery courser, when he hears from far the sprightly trumpets, and the shouts of war, pricks up his ears, and trembling with delight, shifts place, and pause, and hopes the promised fight. On his right shoulder his thick mane reclined, ruffles at speed, and dances in the wind. His horny hoofs are jetty black, and round. His chine is double. Starting, with a bound, he turns the turf, and shakes the solid ground. Fire from his eyes, clouds from his nostrils flow. He bears his rider headlong on the foe. Such was the steed in Grecian poets famed. Proud Silurus, by Spartan Pollux tamed. Such coursers bore to fight the god of Thrace. And such, Achilles, was thy warlike race. In such a shape, old Saturn did restrain his heave-ly limbs, and flowed with such a mane. When, half surprised, and fearing to be seen, the leecher galloped from his jealous queen. Ran up the ridges of the rocks amain. And with shrill neighings filled the Nigburing plain. But worn with years, when dire diseases come, then hide his not ignoble age, at home. In peace enjoy his former palms and pains. And gratefully be kind to his remains. For when his blood no youthful spirits move, he languishes and labors in his love. And when the sprightly seed showed swiftly come, dribbling he drudges, and defrauds the womb. In vain he burns, like hasty stubble fires. And in himself his former self requires. His age and courage weigh, nor those alone. But note his father's virtues with his own. Observe if he disdains to yield the prize. Of loss impatient, proud of victories. Hast thou beheld, when from the goal they start, the youthful charioteers with beating heart rush to the race, and panting, scarcely bear extremes of feverish hope, and chilling fear. Stoop to the reins, and lash with all their force. The flying chariot kindles in the course. And now low, and now aloft they fly, as borne through air, and seem to touch the sky. No stop, no stay, but clouds of sand arise, spurned, and cast backward on the followers' eyes. The hindmost blows the foam upon the first. Such is the love of praise, an honorable thirst. Bold Erichthonius was the first, who joined for horses for the rapid race designed, and o'er the dusty wheels presiding sate. The Lapithae to chariots, add the state of bits and bridles, taught the steed to bound, to run the ring, and trace the mazy round, to stop, to fly, the rules of war to know, obey the rider, and to dare the foe, to choose a youthful steed, with courage furred, to breed him, break him, back him, are required experienced masters, and in sundry ways their labors equal, and alike their praise. But once again the battered horse beware. The weak old stallion will deceive thy care. Though famous in his youth for force and speed, or was of Argos or Epirian breed, or did from Neptune's race, or from himself proceed. These things premised, when now the nuptial time approaches for the stately steed to climb, with food enable him, to make his court, distend his chine, and pamper him for sport. Feed him with herbs, whatever thou canst find, of generous warmth, and of salacious kind. Then water him, and, drinking what he can, encourage him to thirst again, with bran. Instructed thus, produce him to the fair, and join in wedlock to the longing mare. For if the sire be faint, or out of case, he will be copied in his famished race, and sink beneath the pleasing task assigned. For all's too little for the craving kind. As for the females, with industrious care, take down their mettle, keep lean and bare. When conscious of their past delight and keen, to take the leap, and prove the sport again. With scanty measure then supply their food. And, when athirst, restrain from the flood. Their bodies harass, sink when they run, and fry their melting marrow in the sun. Starve when barns beneath their burthen groan, and winnowed chaff, by western winds is blown. For fear the rankness of the swelling womb showed scant the passage, and confined the room. Lest the fat furrows showed the sense destroy of genial lust, and dull the seed of joy. But let suck the seed with greedy force, and close involve the vigor of the horse. The male has done, thy care must now proceed to teeming females, and the promised breed. First let run at large, and never know the taming yoke, or draw the crooked plough. Let not leap the ditch, or swim the flood, or lumber o'er the meads, or cross the wood, but range the forest, by the silver side of some cool stream, where nature shall provide green grass and fattening clover for their fare, and mossy caverns for their evening lar, with rocks above to shield the sharp nocturnal air. About Albernian groves, with holly green, of winged insects mighty swarms are seen. This flying plague, to mark its quality winky face, Estros the Grecians call, Acilis, we. A fierce loud buzzing breeze, their stings draw blood, and drive the cattail gaddying through the wood. Seized with unusual pains, they loudly cry. Tanagrus hastens thence, and leaves his channel dry. This curse the jealous Juno did invent, and first employed for Io's punishment. To shun this ill, the cunning leech ordains, in summer's sultry heats, for then it rains. To feed the females, ere the sun arise. Or late at night, when stars adorn the skies. When she has calved, then set the dam aside. And for the tender progeny provide. Distinguish all betimes, with branding fire. To note the tribe, the lineage, and the sire. Whom to reserve for husband of the herd. Or who shall be to sacrifice preferred. Or whom thou shalt to turn thy glebe allow. To smooth the furrows, and sustain the plough. The rest, for whom no lot is yet decreed. May run in pastures, and at pleasure feed. The calf, by nature and by genius made. To turn the glebe, breed to the rural trade. Set him betimes to school, and let him be instructed there in rules of husbandry. While yet his youth is flexible and green. Nor bad examples of the world has seen. Early begin the stubborn child to break. For his soft neck, a supple collar make. Of bending osiers. And, with time and care. Inured that easy servitude to bear. Thy flattering method on the youth pursue. Joined with his schoolfellows, by 2 and 2. Persuade him first to lead an empty wheel. That scarce the dust can raise. Or they can feel. In length of time produce the laboring yoke. And shining shares, that make the furrow smoke. Ere the licentious youth be thus restrained. Or moral precepts on their minds have gained. Their wanton appetites not only feed. With delicates of leaves, and marshy weed. But with thy sickle reap the rankest land. And minister the blade, with bounteous hand. Nor be with harmful parsimony won. To follow what our homely sires have done. Who filled the pail with beastings of the cow. But all her udder to the calf allow. If to the warlike steed thy studies bend. Or for the prize in chariots to contend. Near Pisa's flood the rapid wheels to guide. Or in Olympian groves aloft to ride. The generous labors of the courser, first. Must be with sight of arms and sounds of trumpets nursed. Inured the groaning axle tree to bear. And let him clashing whips in stables hear. Soothe him with praise, and make him understand. The loud applauses of his master's hand. This from his weaning, let him well be taught. And then betimes in a soft snaffle wrought. Before his tender joints with nerves are knit. Untried in arms, and trembling at the bit. But when to 4 full springs his years advance. Teach him to run the round, with pride to prance. And, rightly managed, equal time to beat. To turn, to bound and measure, and curvet. Let him, to this, with easy pains be brought. And seem to labor, when he labors not. Thus, formed for speed, he challenges the wind. And leaves the Scythian arrow far behind. He scours along the field, with loosened reins. And treads so light, he scarcely prints the plains. Like Boreas in his race, when rushing forth. He sweeps the skies, and clears the cloudy north. The waving harvest bends beneath his blast. The forest shakes, the groves their honors cast. He flies aloft, and with impetuous roar. Pursues the foaming surges to the shore. Thus o'er Elian plains, thy well-breathed horse. Impels the flying car, and wins the course. Or, bred to Belgian wagons, leads the way. Untered at night, and cheerful all the day. When once he's broken, feed him full and high. Indulge his growth, and his gaunt side supply. Before his training, keep him poor and low. For his stout stomach with his food will grow. The pampered colt will discipline disdain. Impatient of the lash, and restive to the rein. Wow dst thou their courage and their strength improve. Too soon they must not feel the stings of love. Whether the bull or courser be thy care. Let him not leap the cow, nor mount the mare. The youthful bull must wander in the wood. Behind the mountain, or beyond the flood. Or, in the stall at home his fodder find. Far from the charms of that alluring kind. With two fair eyes his mistress burns his breast. He looks, and languishes, and leaves his rest. Forsakes his food, and pining for the lass. Is joyless of the grove, and spurns the growing grass. The soft seducer, with enticing looks. The bellowing rivals to the fight provokes. A beauteous heifer in the woods is bred. The stooping warriors, aiming head to head, engage their clashing horns. With dreadful sound. The forest rattles, and the rocks rebound. They fence, they push, and pushing loudly roar. Their dewlaps and their sides are bathed in gore. Nor when the war is over, is it peace. Nor will the vanquished bull his claim release. But feeding in his breast his ancient fires. And cursing fate, from his proud foe retires. Driven from his native land, to foreign grounds. He with a generous rage resents his wounds. His ignominious flight, the victor's boast. And more than both, the loves, which unrevenged he lost. Often he turns his eyes, and, with a groan, surveys the pleasing kingdoms, once his own. And therefore to repair his strength he tries. Hardening his limbs with painful exercise. And rough upon the flinty rock he lies. On prickly leaves, and on sharp herbs he feeds. Then to the prelude of a war proceeds. His horns, yet sore, he tries against a tree. And meditates his absent enemy. He snuffs the wind, his heels the sand excite. But, when he stands collected in his might, he roars, and promises a more successful fight. Then, to redeem his honor at a blow, he moves his camp, to meet his careless foe. Not with more madness, rolling from afar. The spumy waves proclaim the watery war. And mounting upwards, with a mighty roar, march onwards, and insult the rocky shore. They mate the middle region with their height. And fall no less, than with a mountain's weight. The waters boil, and belching from below. Black sands, as from a forceful engine throw. Thus every creature, and of every kind, the secret joys of sweet coition find. Not only man's imperial race, but they that wing the liquid air, or swim the sea, or haunt the desert, rush into the flame. For love is lord of all, and is in all the same. 'Tis with this rage, the mother lion stung, scours o'er the plain, regardless of her young. Demanding rights of love, she sternly stalks, and hunts her lover in his lonely walks. 'Tis then the shapeless bear his den forsakes. In woods and fields a wild destruction makes. Boars whet their tusks, to bat-tail tigers move. Enragged with hunger, more enragged with love. Then what to him, that in the desert land of Libya travels, o'er the burning sand. The stallion snuffs the well-known scent afar, and snorts and trembles for the distant mare. Nor bits nor bridles can his rage restrain. And rugged rocks are interposed in vain. He makes his way o'er mountains, and contemns unruly torrents, and unforded streams. The bristled boar, who feels the pleasing wound, new grinds his arming tusks, and digs the ground. The sleepy leecher shuts his little eyes. About his churning chaps the frothy bubbles rise. He rubs his sides against a tree, prepares, and hardens both his shoulders for the wars. What did the youth, when love's unerring dart transfixed his liver, and inflamed his heart? Alone, by night, his watery way he took. About him, and above, the billows broke. The sluices of the sea were open spread, and rolling thunder rattled o'er his head. The raging tempest called him back in vain, and every boding omen of the main. Nor could his kindred, nor the kindly force of weeping parents, change his fatal course. No, not the dying maid who must deplore his floating carcass on the Sestian shore. I passed the wars that spotted lynxes make with their fierce rivals, for the female's sake. The howling wolves, the mastiff's amorous rage. When even the fierce stag dares for his hind engage. But far above the rest, the furious mare, barred from the male, is frantic with despair. For when her pouting vent declares her pain, she tears the harness, and she rends the rein. For this, when Venus gave them rage and power, their master's mangled members they devour. Of love defrauded in their longing hour. For love they force through thickets of the wood. They climb the steepy hills, and stem the flood. When at the springs approach their marrow burns. For with the spring their genial warmth returns. The mares to cliffs of rugged rocks repair. And with wide nostrils snuff the western air. When, wondrous to relate, the parent wind, without the stallion, propagates the kind. Then furred with amorous rage, they take their flight. Through plains, and mount the hill's unequal height. Nor to the north, nor to the rising sun. Nor southward to the rainy regions run. But boring to the west, and veering there. With gaping mouths, they draw prolific air. With which impregnate, from their groins they shed a slimy juice. By false conception bred. The shepherd knows it well, and calls by name Hippomenes, to note the mother's flame. This, gathered in the planetary hour. With noxious weeds, and spelled with words of power. Dire stepdames in the magic bowl infuse. And mix, for deadly draughts, the poisonous juice. But time is lost, which never will renew. While we too far the pleasing path pursue. Surveying nature, with too nice a view. Let this suffice for herds, our following care. Shall woolly flocks, and shaggy goats declare. Nor can I doubt what oil I must bestow. To raise my subject from a ground so low. And the mean matter which my theme affords. T'embellish with magnificence of words. But the commanding muse my chariot guides. Which o'er the dubious cliff securely rides. And pleased I am, no beaten road to take. But first the way to new discoveries make. Now, sacred pales, in a lofty strain. I sing the rural honors of thy reign. First with assiduous care, from winter keep. Well foddered in the stalls, thy tender sheep. Then spread with straw, the bedding of thy fold. With fern beneath, to fend the bitter cold. That free from gouts thou mayst preserve thy care. And clear from scabs, product by freezing air. Next let thy goats officiously be nested. And led to living streams, to quench their thirst. Feed them with winter browse, and for their lar. A cot that opens to the south prepare. Where basking in the sunshine they may lie. And the short remnants of his heat enjoy. This during winter's drizzly rain be done. Till the new ram receives exalted sun. For hairy goats of equal profit are. With woolly sheep, and ask an equal care. 'Tis true, the fleece, when drunk with Tyrian juice, is dearly sold. But not for needful use. For the salacious goat increases more. And twice as largely yields her milky store. The still distended udders never fail. But when they seem exhausted swell the pail. Meantime the pastor shears their hoary beards. And eases of their hair, the loaden herds. Their camelots, warm in tents, the soldier hold. And shield the wretched mariner from cold. On shrubs they browse, and on the bleaky top. Of rugged hills, the thorny bramble crop. Attended with their family they come. At night unasked, and mindful of their home. And scarce their swelling bags the threshold overcome. So much the more thy diligence bestow. In depth of winter, to defend the snow. By how much less the tender helpless kind. For their own ills, can fit provision find. Then minister the browse, with bounteous hand. And open let thy stacks all winter stand. But when the western winds with vital power call forth the tender grass, and budding flower. Then, at the last, produce in open air both flocks, and send to their summer fare. Before the sun, while Hesperus appears. First let sip from herbs the pearly tears of morning dews, and after break their fast on green sword ground. A cool and grateful taste. But when the day's fourth hour has drawn the dews, and the sun's sultry heat their thirst renews, when creaking grasshoppers on shrubs complain, then lead to their watering troughs again. In summer's heat, some bending valley find, closed from the sun, but open to the wind. Or seek some ancient oak, whose arms extend in ample breadth thy cattle to defend. Or solitary grove, or gloomy glade, to shield with its venerable shade. Once more to watering lead, and feed again. When the low sun is sinking to the main. When rising Cynthia sheds her silver dews. And the cool evening breeze the meads renews. When linnets fill the woods with tuneful sound. And hollow showers the halcyon's voice rebound. Why showed my muse enlarge on Libyan swains their scattered cottages, and ample plains? Where oft the flocks, without a leader stray. Or through continued desarts take their way. And, feeding, add the length of night to day. Whole months they wander, grazing as they go. Nor folds, nor hospitable harbor know such an extent of plains, so vast a space of wilds unknown, and of untasted grass. Allures their eyes, the shepherd last appears. And with him all his patrimony bears. His house and household gods. His trade of war. His bow and quiver. And his trusty cur. Thus, under heavy arms, the youth of Rome their long laborious marches overcome. Cheerly their tedious travels undergo. And pitch their sudden camp before the foe. Not so the Scythian shepherd tends his fold. Nor he who bears in Thrace the bitter cold. Nor he, who treads the bleak Maeotian strand. Or where proud Ister rowels his yellow sand. Early they stall their flocks and herds, for there no grass the fields, no leaves the forests where. The frozen earth lies buried there, below. A hilly heap, 7 cubits deep in snow. And all the west allies of stormy Boreas blow. The sun from far, peeps with a sickly face. Too weak the clouds, and mighty fogs to chase. When up the skies, he shoots his rosy head. Or in the ruddy ocean seeks his bed. Swift rivers, are with sudden ice constrained. And studded wheels are on its back sustained. And hoes try now for wagons. Which before tall ships of burthen, on its bosom bore. The brazen cauldrons, with the frost are flawed. The garment, stiff with ice, at hearths is thawed. With axes first they cleave the wine, and thence by weight, the solid portions they dispense. From locks uncombed, and from the frozen beard. Long icicles depend, and crackling sounds are heard. Meantime perpetual sleet, and driving snow obscure the skies, and hang on herds below. The starving cattle perish in their stalls. Huge oxen stand enclosed in wintry walls. Of snow congealed, whole herds are buried there. Of mighty stags, and scarce their horns appear. The dexterous huntsman wounds not these afar. With shafts, or darts, or makes a distant war. With dogs, or pitches toils to stop their flight. But close engages in unequal fight. And while they strive in vain to make their way through hills of snow, and pitifully bray assaults with dint of sword, or pointed spears. And homeward, on his back, the joyful burthen bears. The men to subterranean caves retire, secure from cold, and crowd the cheerful fire. With trunks of elms and oaks, the hearth they load. Nor tempt inclemency of heathen abroad. Their jovial nights, in frolics and in play, they pass, to drive the tedious hours away. And their cold stomachs with crowned goblets cheer. Of windy cider, and of balmy beer. Such are the cold Riphean race, and such the savage Scythian, and unwarlike Dutch. Wear skins of beasts, the rude barbarians wear. The spoils of foxes, and the furry bear. Is wool thy care? Let not thy cattle go where bushes are, where burrs and thistles grow. Nor in too rank a pasture let them feed. Then of the purest white select thy breed. Even though a snowy ram thou shalt behold. Prefer him not in haste, for husband to thy fold. But search his mouth, and if a swarthy tongue is underneath his humid powlat hung, reject him, lest he darken all the flock, and substitute another from thy stock. 'Twas thus with fleeces milky white, if we may trust report, Pan god of Arcady did bribe thee Cynthia, nor didst thou disdain, when called in woody shades, to cure a lover's pain. If milk be thy design, with plenteous hand, bring clover grass, and from the marshy land, salt herbage for the fodring rack provide, to fill their bags, and swell the milky tide. These raise their thirst, and to the taste restore the savor of the salt, on which they fed before. Some, when the kids their dams too deeply drain, with gags and muzzles their soft mouths restrain. Their morning milk, the peasants press at night. Their evening meal, before the rising light. To market bear, or sparingly they steep. With seasoning salt, and stored, for winter keep. Nor last, forget thy faithful dogs, but feed with fattening whey the mastiff's genrouse breed. And Spartan race, who for the fold's relief will prosecute with cries the nightly thief. Repulse the prowling wolf, and hold at bay the mountain robbers, rushing to the prey. With cries of hounds, thou mayst pursue the fear of flying hares, and chase the fallow deer. Rose from their desart dens, the brizzled rage of boars, and beamy stags in toils engage. With smoke of burning cedar scent thy walls, and fume with stinking galbanum thy stalls. With that rank odor from thy dwelling place, to drive the viper's brood, and all the venomed race. For often under stalls unmoved, they lie, obscure in shades, and shunning heathen's broad eye. And snakes, familiar, to the hearth succeed, disclose their eggs, and near the chimney breed. Whether, to roofy houses they repair, or sun themselves abroad in open air. In all abodes of pestilential kind, to sheep and oxen, and the painful hind. Take, shepherd take, a plant of stubborn oak, and labor him with many a sturdy stroke. Or with hard stones, demolish from afar his haughty crest, the seat of all the war. Invade his hissing throat, and winding spires, till stretched in length, unfolded foe retires. He drags his tail, and for his head provides, and in some secret cranny slowly glides, but leaves exposed to blows, his back and battered sides. In fair Calabria's woods, a snake is bred, with curling crest, and with advancing head. Waving he rolls, and makes a winding track. His belly spotted, burnished is his back. While springs are broken, while the southern air, and dropping heavens, the moistened earth repair. He lives on standing lakes, and trembling bogs, and fills his maw with fish, or with loquacious frogs. But when, in muddy pools, the water sinks, and the chapped earth is furrowed o'er with chinks, he leaves the fens, and leaps upon the ground, and hissing, rolls his glaring eyes around. With thirst inflamed, impatient of the heats, he rages in the fields, and wide destruction threats. Oh, let not sleep, my closing eyes invade, in open plains, or in the secret shade. When he, renewed in all the speckled pride of pompous youth, has cast his slough aside, and in his summer livery rolls along, erect, and brandishing his forky tongue, leaving his nest, and his imperfect young, and thoughtless of his eggs, forgets to rear the hopes of poison, for the following year. The causes and the signs shall next be told, of every sickness that infects the fold. A scabby tetter on their pelts will stick, when the raw rain has pierced them to the quick, or searching frosts have eaten through the skin, or burning icicles are lodged within, or when the fleece is shorn, if sweat remains unwashed, and soaks into their empty veins, when their defenseless limbs the brambles tear, short of their wool, and naked from the shear. Good shepherds after shearing, drench their sheep, and their flock's father, forked from high to leap, swims down the stream, and plunges in the deep. They ointment their naked limbs with mothered oil, or from the founts where living sulphurs boil. They mix a medicine to foment their limbs, with scum that on the molten silver swims. Fat pitch, and black bitumen, add to these. Besides, the waxen labor of the bees, and hellebore, and squills deep-rooted in the seas. Receipts abound. But searching all thy store, the best is still at hand, to launch the sore, and cut the head. For till the core be found, the secret vice is fed, and gathers ground. While making fruitless moan, the shepherd stands, and, when the launching knife requires his hands, vain help, with idle prayers from heathen demands. Deep in their bones when fevers fix their seat, and rack their limbs, and lick the vital heat. The ready cure to cool the raging pain is underneath the foot to breath a vein. This remedy the Scythian shepherds found. Inhabitants of Thracia's hilly ground. And Gelans use it, when for drink and food they mix their curdled milk with horse's blood. But where thou sayest a single sheep remain, in shades aloof, or couched upon the plain, or listlessly to crop the tender grass, or late to lag behind, with truant pace, revenge the crime, and take the traitor's head. Ere in the faultless flock the dire contagion spread, on winter seas we fewer storms behold than foul diseases that infect the fold. Nor do those ills on single bodies prey, but oftner bring the nation to decay, and sweep the present stock, and future hope away. A dire example of this truth appears, when, after such a length of rolling years, we see the naked Alps, and thin remains of scattered cots, and yet unpeopled plains, once filled with grazing flocks, the shepherd's happy reigns. Here from the vicious air, and sickly skies, a plague did on the dumb creation rise. During autumnal heats infection grew. Tame cattle, and the beasts of nature slew, poisoning the standing lakes, and pools impure. Nor was the foodful grass in fields secure. Strange death! For when the thirsty fire had drunk their vital blood, and the dry nerves were shrunk, when the contracted limbs were cramped, even then a watrish humor swelled and oozed again, converting into bane the kindly juice, ordained by nature for a better use. The victim ox, that was for altars pressed, trimmed with white ribbons, and with garlands drayest, sunk of himself, without the god's command, preventing the slow sacrificer's hand. Or, by the holy butcher, if he fell, inspected entrails, could no fates foretell. Nor, laid on altars, did pure flames arise, but clouds of smouldering smoke, forbade the sacrifice. Scarcely the knife was reddened with his gore, or the black poison stained the sandy floor. The thriven calves in meads their food forsake, and render their sweet souls before the plenteous rack. The fawning dog runs mad. The wheezing swine with coughs is choked, and labors from the chine. The victor horse, forgetful of his food, the palm renounces, and abhors the flood. He paws the ground, and on his hanging ears a doubtful sweat in clammy drops appears. Parched is his hide, and rugged are his hairs. Such are the symptoms of the young disease. But in time's process, when his pains increase, he rowls his mournful eyes, he deeply groans. With patient sobbing, and with manly moans, he heaves for breath, which, from his lungs supplied, and fetched from far, distends his laboring side. To his rough palate, his dry tongue succeeds, and ropey gore, he from his nostrils bleeds. A drench of wine has with success been used, and through a horn, the genrouse juice infest, which timely taken opt his closing jaws. But, if too late, the patient's death did cause. For the too vigorous dose, too fiercely wrought, and added fury to the strength it brought. Recruited into rage, he grinds his teeth in his own flesh, and feeds approaching death. Ye gods, to better fate, good men dispose, and turn that impious error on our foes. The steer, who to the yoke was bred to bow, studious of tillage, and the crooked plough, falls down and dies, and dying spews a flood of foamy madness, mixed with clotted blood. The clown, who cursing Providence repines, his mournful fellow from the team disjoins. With many a groan, forsakes his fruitless care, and in unfinished furrow leaves the share. The pining steer, no shades of lofty woods, nor flowery meads can ease, nor crystal floods. Rowled from the rock, his flabby flanks decrease. His eyes are settled in a stupid peace. His bulk too weighty for his thighs is grown, and his unwieldy neck hangs drooping down. Now what avails his well-deserving toil to turn the glebe, or smooth the rugged soil? And yet he never supped in solemn state, nor undigested feasts did urge his fate, nor day, to night, luxuriously did join, nor surfeited on rich Campanian wine. Simple his beverage, homely was his food, the wholesome herbage, and the running flood. No dreadful dreams awakened him with affright. His pains by day, secured his rest by night. 'Twas then that buffaloes, ill-paired, were seen to draw the car of Jove's imperial queen. For want of oxen, and the laboring swain scratched with a rake, a furrow for his grain, and covered, with his hand, the shallow seed again. He yokes himself, and up the hilly height, with his own shoulders, draws the wagon's weight. The nightly wolf, that round enclosure prowled, to leap the fence, now plots not on the fold. Tammed with a sharper pain, the fearful doe and flying stag, amidst the greyhounds go, and round the dwellings roam of man, their fiercer foe. The scaly nations of the sea profound, like shipwrecked carcasses are driven aground, and mighty foci, never seen before, in shallow streams, are stranded on the shore. The viper dead, within her hole is found. Defenseless was the shelter of the ground. The water snake, whom fish and paddocks fed, with staring scales lies poisoned in his bed. To birds their native heaveness contagious prove. From clouds they fall, and leave their souls above. Besides, to change their pasture, 'tis in vain. Or trust to physic is their bane. The learned leeches in despair depart, and shake their heads, desponding of their art. Tisiphone, let loose from underground, majestically pale, now treads the round. Before her drives diseases, and affright, and every moment rises to the sight. Aspiring to the skies, encroaching on the light. The rivers and their banks, and hills around, with lowings, and with dying bleats resound. At length, she strikes an universal blow. To death at once whole herds of cattle go. Sheep, oxen, horses fall. And, heaped on high, the differing species in confusion lie. Till warned by frequent ills, the way they found, To lodge their loathsome carrion underground. For, useless to the courier were their hides. Nor could their tainted flesh with ocean tides be freed from filth, nor could Vulcanian flame the stench abolish, or the savour tame. Nor safely could they shear their fleecy store, made drunk with poisonous juice, and stiff with gore. Or touch the web, but if the vest they wear, red blisters rising on their paps appear, and flaming carbuncles, and noisome sweat, and clammy dews, that loathsome lice beget. Till the slow creeping evil eats his way, consumes the parching limbs, and makes the life his prey. The fourth book. The argument. Virgil has taken care to raise the subject of each Georgic. In the first he has only dead matter on which to work. In the second he just steps on the world of life, and describes that degree of it which is to be found in vegetables. In the third he advances to animals. And in the last, singles out the bee, which may be reckoned the most sagacious of M, for his subject. In this Georgic he shews us what station is most proper for the bees, and when they begin to gather honey, how to call M home when they swarm, and how to part M when they are ingagged in battelle. From hence he takes occasion to discover their different kinds. And, after an excursion relates their prudent and politic administration of affairs and the several diseases that often rage in their hives, with the proper symptoms and remedies of each disease. In the last place he lays down a method of repairing their kind, supposing their whole breed lost, and gives at large the history of its invention. The gifts of heaven my full-wing song pursues. Aerial honey, and ambrosial dews. Maecenas, read this other part, that sings. Embattled squadrons and advent rouse kings. A mighty pomp, though made of little things. Their arms, their arts, their manners I disclose. And how they wore, and whence the people rose. Slight is the subject, but the praise not small. If heaven assist, and Phoebus hear my call. First, for thy bees a quiet station find. And lodge M under covert of the wind. For winds, when homeward they return, will drive the loaded carriers from their evening hive. Far from the cows and goats' insulting crew, that trample down the flowers, and brush the dew. The painted lizard, and the birds of prey, foes of the frugal kind, be far away. The titmouse, and the pecker's hungry brood. And Progne, with her bosom stained in blood. These rob the trading citizens, and bear the trembling captives through the liquid air. And for their callow young a cruel feast prepare. But near a living stream their mansion place. Edged round with moss, and tufts of matted grass. And plant, the wind's impetuous rage to stop. Wild olive trees, or palms, before the busy shop. That when the youthful prince, with loud alarm, calls out the ventrouse colony to swarm. When first their way through yielding air they wing, new to the pleasures of their native spring. The banks of brooks may make a cool retreat for the raw soldiers from the scalding heat. And neighboring trees, with friendly shade invite the troops earnest to long laborious flight. Then o'er the running stream, or standing lake, a passage for thy weary people make. With osier floats the standing water strow. Of massy stones make bridges, if it flow. That basking in the sun thy bees may lie. And resting there, their flaggy pinions dry. When late returning home, the laden host by raging winds is wrecked upon the coast. Wild thyme and savory set around their cell. Sweet to the taste, and fragrant to the smell. Set rows of rosemary with flowering stem. And let the purple violets drink the stream. Whether thou build the palace of thy bees with twisted osiers, or with barks of trees. Make but a narrow mouth, for as the cold congeals into a lump the liquid gold, so 'tis again dissolved by summer's heat. And the sweet labors both extremes defeat. And therefore, not in vain, industrious kind, With dauby wax and fluoresc the chinks have linned. And, with their stores of gathered glue, contrive to stop the vents and crannies of their hive. Not birdlime or Idaean pitch produce a more tenacious mass of clammy juice. Nor bees are lodged in hives alone, but found in chambers of their own, beneath the ground. Their vaulted roofs are hung in pumices, and in the rotten trunks of hollow trees. But plaister thou the chinky hives with clay, and leafy branches o'er their lodgings lay. Nor place them where too deep a water flows, or where the yough their poisonous neighbor grows. Nor roast red crabs offend the niceness of their nose. Nor near the steaming stench of muddy ground. Nor hollow rocks that render back the sound, and doubled images of voice rebound. For what remains, when golden suns appear, and under earth have driven the winter year? The winged nation wanders through the skies, and o'er the plains, and shady forest flies. Then stooping on the meads and leafy bowers, they skim the floods, and sip the purple flowers. Exalted hence, and drunk with secret joy, their young succession all their cares employ. They breed, they brood, instruct and educate, and make provision for the future state. They work their waxen lodgings in their hives, and labor honey to sustain their lives. But when thou sayest a swarming cloud arise, that sweeps aloft, and darkens all the skies, the motions of their hasty flight attend, and know to floods, or woods, their airy march they bend. Then milfoil beat, and honeysuckles pound. With these alluring savours strew the ground, and mix with tinkling brass, the cymbals' droning sound. Straight to their ancient cells, recalled from air, the reconciled deserters will repair. But if intestine broils all arm the hive, for two pretenders oft for empire strive, the vulgar in divided factions jar, and murmuring sounds proclaim the civil war. Inflamed with ire, and trembling with disdain, scarce can their limbs, their mighty souls contain. With shouts, the coward's courage they excite, and martial clangors call him out to fight. With hoarse all arms the hollow camp rebounds, that imitates the trumpet's angry sounds. Then to their common standard they repair. The nimble horsemen scour the fields of air. In form of batel drawn, they issue forth, and every knight is proud to prove his worth. Pressed for their country's honor, and their king's. On their sharp beaks they whet their pointed stings, and exercise their arms, and tremble with their wings. Full in the midst, the haughty monarchs ride. The trusty guards come up, and close the side. With shouts the daring foe to batel is defied. Thus in the season of unclouded spring, to war they follow their undaunted king. Crowd through their gates, and in the fields of light, the shocking squadrons meet in mortal fight. Headlong they fall from high, and wounded wound, and heaps of slaughtered soldiers bite the ground. Hard hailstones lie not thicker on the plain, nor shaken oaks such showers of acorns rain. With gorgeous wings the marks of sovereign sway, the two contending princes make their way. Intrepid through the midst of danger go, their friends encourage, and amaze the foe. With mighty souls in narrow bodies pressed, they challenge, and encounter breast to breast. So fixed on fame, unknowing how to fly, and obstinately bent to win or die, that long the doubtful combat they maintain, till one prevails, for one can only reign. Yet all those dreadful deeds, this deadly fray, a cast of scattered dust will soon ally, and undecided leave the fortune of the day. When both the chiefs are sundered from the fight, then to the lawful king restore his right, and let the wasteful prodigal be slain, that he, who best deserves, alone may reign. With ease distinguished is the regal race. One monarch wears an honest open face. Shap to his size, and godlike to behold. His royal body shines with specks of gold and ruddy scales. For empire he designed is better born, and of a nobler kind. That other looks like nature in disgrace. Gaunt are his sides, and sullen is his face. And like their grisly prince appears his gloomy race. Grim, ghastly, rugged, like a thirsty train, that long have travelled through a desert plain, and sped from their dry chaps the gathered dust again. The better brood, unlike the bastard crew, are marked with royal streaks of shining hue, glittering and ardent, though in body less. From these at pointed seasons hope to press huge heavy honeycombs, of golden juice, not only sweet, but pure, and fit for use. Tally the strength and hardness of the wine, and with old Bacchus new metheglin join. But when the swarms are eager of their play, and loath their empty hives, and idly stray, restrain the wanton fugitives, and take a timely care to bring the truants back. The task is easy, but to clip the wings of their high-flying arbitrary kings. At their command, the people swarm away. Confine the tyrant, and the slaves will stay. Sweet gardens, full of saffron florists, invite the wandering gluttons, and retard their flight. Besides, the god obscene, who frights away with his lath sword, the thieves and birds of prey. With his own hand, the guardian of the bees, for slips of pines, may search the mountain trees, and with wild thyme and savory, plant the plain, till his hard horny fingers ache with pain, and deck with fruitful trees the fields around, and with refreshing waters drench the ground. Now, did I not so near my labour's end strike sail, and hastening to the harbour tend, my song to flowery gardens might extend, to teach the vegetable arts, to sing the peston roses, and their double spring. How succory drinks the running streams, and how green beds of parsley near the river grow. How cucumbers along the surface creep, with crooked bodies, and with bellies deep. The late narcissus, and the winding trail of bear's foot, myrtles green, and ivy pale. For where with stately Torres Tarentum stands, and deep Galesus soaks the yellow sands, I chanked an old Caritian swain to know, lord of few acres, and those barren too, unfit for sheep or vines, and more unfit to sow. Yet labouring well his little spot of ground, some scattering potherbs here and there he found, which cultivated with his daily care, and bruised with vervain, were his frugal fare. Sometimes white lilies did their leaves afford, with wholesome poppy flores, to mend his homely board. For late returning home he supped at ease, and wisely deemed the wealth of monarchs less, the little of his own, because his own did please. To quit his care, he gathered first of all, in spring the roses, apples in the fall, and when cold winter split the rocks in twain, and ice the running rivers did restrain, he stripped the bear's foot of its leafy growth, and, calling western winds, accused the spring of sloth. He therefore first among the swains was found, to reap the product of his laboured ground, and squeeze the combs with golden liquor crowned. His limes were first in flores, his lofty pines, with friendly shade, secured his tender vines. For every bloom his trees in spring afford, an autumn apple was by tale restored. He knew to rank his elms in even rows, for fruit the grafted pear tree to dispose, and tame to plums the sourness of the sloes. With spreading plains he made a cool retreat, to shade good fellows from the summer's heat. But straitened in my space, I must forsake this task, for others afterwards to take. Describe we next the nature of the bees, bestowed by Jove for secret services, when by the tinkling sound of timbrels led, the king of Heaven in Cretan caves they fed. Of all the race of animals, alone. The bees have common cities of their own. And common sons, beneath one law they live. And with one common stock their traffic drive. Each has a certain home, a several stall. All is the state provides for all. Mindful of coming cold, they share the pain. And hoard, for winter's use, the summer's gain. Some o'er the public magazines preside. And some are sent new forage to provide. These drudge in fields abroad, and those at home. Lay deep foundations for the labored comb. With dew, narcissus leaves, and clammy gum. To pitch the waxen flooring some contrive. Some nurse the future nation of the hive. Sweet honey some condense, some purge the grout. The rest, in cells apart, the liquid nectar shut. All, with united force, combine to drive the lazy drones from the laborious hive. With envy stung, they view each other's deeds. With diligence the fragrant work proceeds. As when the Cyclops, at th Almighty nod. New thunder hasten for their angry god. Subdued in fire the stubborn metal lies. One brawny smith the puffing bellows plies. And draws, and blows reciprocating air. Others to quench the hissing mass prepare. With lifted arms they order every blow. And chime their sounding hammers in a row. With labored anvils Etna groans below. Strongly they strike, huge flakes of flames expire. With tongs they turn the steel, and vex it in the fire. If little things with great we may compare. Such are the bees, and such their busy care. Studious of honey, each in his degree. The youthful swain, the grave experienced bee. That in the field. This in affairs of state. Employed at home, abides within the gate. To fortify the combs, to build the wall. To prop the ruins lest the fabric fall. But late at night, with weary pinions come. The laboring youth, and heavy-laden home. Plains, meads, and orchards all the day he plies. The gleans of yellow thyme distend his thighs. He spoils the saffron flowers, he sips the blues. Of violets, wilding blooms, and willow dews. Their toil is common, common is their sleep. They shake their wings when morn begins to peep. Rush through the city gates without delay. Nor ends their work, but with declining day. Then having spent the last remains of light. They give their bodies due repose at night. When hollow murmurs of their evening bells. Dismiss the sleepy swains. And toll to their cells. When once in beds their weary limbs they steep. No buzzing sounds disturb their golden sleep. 'Tis sacred silence all. Nor dare they stray. When rain is promised, or a stormy day. But near the city walls their watering take. Nor forage far, but short excursions make. And as when empty barks on billows float. With sandy ballast sailors trim the boat. So bees bear gravel stones, whose poising weight steers through the whistling winds their steady flight. But what's more strange, their modest appetites. Averse from Venus, fly the nuptial rites. No lust enervates their heroic mind. Nor wastes their strength on wanton womankind. But in their mouths reside their genial powers. They gather children from the leaves and flowers. Thus make they kings to fill the regal seat. And thus their little citizens create. And waxen cities build, and palaces of state. And oft on rocks their tender wings they tear. And sink beneath the burthens which they bear. Such rage of honey in their bosom beats. And such a zeal they have for flowery sweets. Thus though the race of life they quickly run. Which in the space of 7 short years is done. Immortal line in sure succession reigns. The fortune of the family remains. And grandsires' grandsons the long list contains. Besides, not Egypt, India, Media more. With servile awe, their idol king adore. while he survives, in concord and content. The commons live, by no divisions rent. But the great monarch's death dissolves the government. All goes to ruin, they themselves contrive to rob the honey, and subvert the hive. The king presides, his subjects' toil surveys. The servile rout their careful Caesar praise. Him they extol, they worship him alone. They crowd his levees, and support his throne. They raise him on their shoulders with a shout. And when their sovereign's quarrel calls them out, his foes to mortal combat they defy, and think it honor at his feet to die. Induct by such examples, some have taught that bees have portions of ethereal thought, endued with particles of heavenly fires. For God the whole created mass inspires. Through heaven, and earth, and ocean's depth he throws his influence round, and kindles as he goes. Hence flocks, and herds, and men, and beasts, and fowls, with breath are quickened, and attract their souls. Hence take the forms his prescience did ordain, and into him at length resolve again. No room is left for death, they mount the sky, and to their own congenial planets fly. Now when thou hast decreed to seize their stores, and by prerogative to break their doors, with sprinkled water first the city choke, and then pursue the citizens with smoke. 2 honey harvests fall in every year. First, when the pleasing Pleiades appear, and springing upward spurn the briny seas. Again, when their affrighted choir surveys, the watery scorpion mend his pace behind, with a black train of storms, and winter wind. They plunge into the deep, and safe protection find. Prone to revenge, the bees, a wrathful race, when once provoked assault aggressor's face, and through the purple veins a passage find. There fix their stings, and leave their souls behind. But if a pinching winter thou foresee, and wouldst preserve thy famished family, with fragant time the city fumigate, and break the waxen walls to save the state. For lurking lizards often lodge, by stealth, within the suburbs, and purloin their wealth. And lizards shunning light, a dark retreat, have found in combs, and undermanned the seat. Or lazy drones, without their share of pain, in winter quarters free, devour the gain. Or wasps infest the camp with loud alarms, and mix in battle with unequal arms. Or secret moths are there in silence fed, or spiders in the vault, their snary webs have spread. The more oppressed by foes, or famine pinned, the more increase thy care to save the sinking kind. With greens and flowers recruit their empty hives, and seek fresh forage to sustain their lives. But since they share with man one common fate, in health and sickness, and in turns of state, observe the symptoms when they fall away, and languish with insensible decay. They change their hue, with haggard eyes they stare. Lean are their looks, and shagged is their hair. And crowds of dead, that never must return to their loved hives, in decent pomp are born. Their friends attend the hearse, the next relations mourn. The sick, for air before the portal gasp, their feeble legs within each other clasp, or idle in their empty hives remain, benumbed with cold, and listless of their gain. Soft whispers then, and broken sounds are heard, as when the woods by gentle winds are stirred. Such stifled noise as the close furnace hides, or dying murmurs of departing tides. This when thou sayest, Galbanian odors use, and honey in the sickly hive infuse. Through reeden pipes convey the golden flood, t'invite the people to their wonted food. Mix it with thickened juice of sodden wines, and raisins from the grapes of Scythian vines. To these add pounded galls, and roses dry, and with Cecropian thyme, strong scented centaury. A flower there is that grows in meadow ground, a melus called, and easy to be found. For from one root the rising stem bestows a wood of leaves, and 6 purple boughs. The flower itself is glorious to behold, and shines on altars like refulgent gold. Sharp to the taste, by shepherds near the stream of Mela found, and thence they gave the name. Boil this restoring root in genrouse wine, and set beside the door, the sickly stalk to dine. But if the labouring kind be wholly lost, and not to be retrieved with care or cost, 'tis time to touch the precepts of an art. Th. Arcadian master did of old impart, and how he stocked his empty hives again, renewed with putrid gore of oxen slain. An ancient legend I prepare to sing, and upward follow fame's immortal spring. For where with 7-fold horns mysterious Nile surrounds the skirts of Egypt's fruitful isle, and where in pomp the sunburnt people ride on painted barges, o'er the teeming tide, which pouring down from Ethiopian lands makes green the soil with slime, and black prolific sands. That length of region, and large tract of ground, in this one art a sure relief have found. First, in a place, by nature close, they build a narrow flooring, guttered, walled, and tilled. In this, 4 windows are contrived, that strike to the 4 winds opposed, their beams oblique. A steer of 2 years old they take, whose head now first with burnished horns begins to spread. They stop his nostrils, while he strives in vain to breathe free air, and struggles with his pain. Knocked down, he dies, his bowels bruised within betray no wound on his unbroken skin. Extended thus, in this obscene abode, they leave the beast. But first sweet flowers are strowed beneath his body, broken boughs and thyme, and pleasing cassia just renewed in prime. This must be done, ere spring makes equal day, when western winds on curling waters play, ere painted meads produce their flowery crops, or swallows twitter on the chimney tops. The tainted blood, in this close prison pent, begins to boil and through the bones ferment. Then, wondrous to behold, new creatures rise, a moving mass at first, and short of thighs, till shooting out with legs, and imped with wings, the grubs proceed to bees with pointed stings, and more affecting air, they try their tender pinions, and begin to fly. At length, like summer storms from spreading clouds, that burst at once, and pour impetuous floods, or flights of arrows from the Parthian bows, when from afar they gall embattled foes. With such a tempest through the skies they steer, and such a form the winged squadrons bear. What god, O Muse, this useful science taught? Or by what man's experience was it brought? Sad Aristeus from fair Tempe fled, his bees with famine, or diseases dead. On Peneus' banks he stood, and near his holy head, and while his falling tears the stream supplied, thus mourning, to his mother goddess cried, Mother Cyrene, mother, whose abode is in the depth of this immortal flood. What boots it, that from Phoebus's loins I spring, the third by him and thee, from Heaven's high king? Oh! Where is all thy boasted pity gone, and promise of the skies to thy deluded son? Why didst thou me, unhappy me, create, odious to gods, and born to bitter fate? Whom, scarce my sheep, and scarce my painful plough, the needful aids of human life allow. So wretched is thy son, so hard a mother thou. Proceed, inhuman parent in thy scorn. Root up my trees, with blights destroy my corn. My vineyards ruin, and my sheepfolds burn. Let loose thy rage, let all thy spite be shown. Since thus thou hate pursues the praises of thy son, but from her mossy bower below the ground, his careful mother heard the plaintive sound, encompassed with her sea-green sisters round. One common work they plied, their distaffs full with carded locks of blue Milesian wool. Spio with Drymo brown, and Xantha fair. And sweet Philodos with long dishevelled hair. Sidip with Lycorias, one a maid. And one that once had called Lucina's aid. Clio and Beryl, from one father both. Both girt with gold, and clad in particulared cloth. Opus the meek, and Diopea proud. Nicaea softly, with Ligeia loud. Talia joyous, Ephire the sad. And Arethusa once Diana's maid. But now, her quiver left, to love betrayed. To these, Clymene the sweet theft declares. Of Mars. And Vulcan's unavailing cares. And all the rapes of gods, and every love. From antient chaos down to youthful Jove. Thus while she sings, the sisters turn the wheel. Empty the woolly rock, and fill the reel. A mournful sound, Aegon the mother hears. Aegon the mournful sound invades the sisters' ears. Starting at once from their green seats, they rise. Fear in their heart, amazement in their eyes. But Arethusa leaping from her bed. First lifts above the waves her beauteous head. And, crying from afar, thus to Cyrene said. O sister! Not with causeless fear posseest. No stranger voice disturbs thy tender breast. 'Tis Aristeus, 'tis thy darling son. Who to his careless mother makes his moan. Near his paternal stream he sadly stands. With downcast eyes, wet cheeks, and folded hands. Upbraiding heathen from whence his lineage came. And cruel calls the gods, and cruel thee, by name. Cyrene moved with love, and seized with fear. Cries out, conduct my son, conduct him here. 'Tis lawful for the youth, derived from gods. To view the secrets of our deep abodes. At once she waved her hand on either side. At once the ranks of swelling streams divide. Two rising heaps of liquid crystal stand. And leave a space betwixt, of empty sand. Thus safe received, the downward track he treads. Which to his mother's watery palace leads. With wondering eyes he views the secret store. Of lakes, that pent in hollow caverns, roar. He hears the crackling sound of coral woods. And sees the secret source of subterranean floods. And where, distinguished in their several cells. The fount of Phasis, and of Lycus dwells. Where swift Enopeus in his bed appears. And Tiber his majestic forehead rears. Whence Anio flows, and Hypanis, profound. Breaks through opposing rocks with raging sound. Where Pa first issues from his dark abodes. And, awful in his cradle, rules the floods. Two golden horns on his large front he wears. And his grim face a bull's resemblance bears. With rapid course he seeks the sacred main. And fattens, as he runs, the fruitful plain. Now to the court arrived, admiring son. Beholds the vaulted roofs of Pori stone. Now to his mother goddess tells his grief. Which she with pity hears, and promises relief. Officious nymphs, attending in a ring. With waters drawn from their perpetual spring. From earthly dregs his body purify. And rub his temples, with fine towels, dry. Then load the tables with a liberal feast. And honor with full bowls their friendly guest. The sacred altars are involved in smoke. And the bright choir their kindred gods invoke. 2 bowls the mother fills with Lydian wine. Then thus, let these be poured, with rites divine. To the great authors of our Watry line. To Father Ocean, this, and this, she said. Be to the nymphs his sacred sisters paid. Who rule the Watry plains, and hold the woodland shade. She sprinkled thrice, with wine, the vestal fire. Thrice to the vaulted roof the flames aspire. Riced with so blessed an omen, she begun. With words like these, to cheer her drooping son. In the Carpathian bottom makes abode. The shepherd of the seas, a prophet and a god. High o'er the main in Watry pomp he rides. His azure car and finny coursers guides. Proteus his name, to his Pellenian port. I see from far the weary god resort. Him, not alone, we river gods adore. But aged Nereus hearkens to his lore. With sure foresight, and with unerring doom. He sees what is, and was, and is to come. This Neptune gave him, when he gave to keep his scaly flocks, that graze the watery deep. Implore his aid, for Proteus only knows the secret cause, and cure of all thy woes. But first the wily wizard must be caught. For unconstrained he nothing tells for naught. Nor is with prayers, or bribes, or flattery bought. Surprise him first, and with hard fetters bind. Then all his frauds will vanish into wind. I will myself conduct thee on thy way. When next the southing sun inflames the day. When the dry herbage thirsts for dews in vain. And sheep, in shades, avoid the parching plain. Then will I lead thee to his secret seat. When weary with his toil, and scorched with heat. The wayward sire frequents his cool retreat. His eyes with heavy slumber overcast. With force invade his limbs, and bind him fast. Thus surely bound, yet be not overbold. The slippery god will try to loose his hold. And various forms assume, to cheat thy sight. And with vain images of beasts affright. With foamy tusks he seems a bristly boar. Or imitates the lion's angry roar. Breaks out in crackling flames to shun thy snares. Or hiss a dragon, or a tiger stares. Or with a wile, thy caution to betray. In fleeting streams attempts to slide away. But thou, the more he varies forms, beware. To strain his fetters with a stricter care. Till tiring all his arts, he turns again. To his true shape, in which he first was seen. This said, with nectar she her son anoints. Infusing vigor through his mortal joints. Down from his head the liquid odors ran. He breathed of heaven, and looked above a man. Within a mountain's hollow womb, there lies a large recess, concealed from human eyes. Where heaps of billows, driven by wind and tide. In form of war, their watery ranks divide. And there, like sentries set, without the mouth abide. A station safe for ships, when tempests roar. A silent harbor, and a covered shore. Secure within resides the various god. And draws a rock upon his dark abode. Hither with silent steps, secure from sight. The goddess guides her son, and turns him from the light. Herself, involved in clouds, precipitates her flight. 'Twas noon, the sultry dog-star from the sky. Scorched Indian swains, the revelled grass was dry. The sun with flaming arrows pierced the flood. And, darting to the bottom, balked the mud. When weary Proteus, from the briny waves, returned for shelter to his wonted caves. His finny flocks about their shepherd play. And rolling round him, spurt the bitter sea. Unwieldily they wallow first in ooze. Then in the shady covert seek repose. Himself their herdsman, on the middle mount, takes of his mustered flocks a just account. So, seated on a rock, a shepherd's groom surveys his evening flocks returning home. When lowing calves, and bleating lambs, from far, provoke the prowling wolf to nightly war. Occasion offers, and the youth complies. For scarce the weary god had closed his eyes. When rushing on, with shouts, he binds in chains the drowsy prophet, and his limbs constrains. He, not unmindful of his usual art, first in dissembled fire attempts to part. Then roaring beasts, and running streams he tries. And wearies all his miracles of lies. But having shifted every form to scape, convinced of conquest, he resumed his shape. And thus, at length, in human accent spoke. Audacious youth, what madness could provoke a mortal man to invade a sleeping god? What buousness brought thee to my dark abode? To this, audacious youth. Thou know'st full well my name, and buousness, God, nor need I tell. No man can Proteus cheat, but Proteus leave thy fraudful arts, and do not thou deceive. Full wing the gods' command, I come t' implore thy help, my perished people to restore. The seer, who could not yet his wrath assuage, rolled his green eyes, that sparkled with his rage, and gnashed his teeth, and cried, No vulgar god pursues thy crimes, nor with a common rod. Thy great misdeeds have met a due reward, and Orpheus's dying prayers at length are heard. For crimes, not his, the lover lost his life, and at thy hands requires his murdered wife. Nor, if the fates assist not, canst thou scape the just revenge of that intended rape. To shun thy lawless lust, the dying bride, unwary, took along the river's side. Nor, at her heels perceived the deadly snake, that kept the bank, in covert of the brake. But all her fellow nymphs the mountains tear with loud laments, and break the yielding air. The realms of Mars remurmured all around, and echoes to Athenian showers rebound. Unhappy husband, husband now no more, did on his tuneful harp his loss deplore, and sought, his mournful mind with music to restore. On thee, dear wife, in desarts all alone, he called, sighed, sung, his griefs with day begun. Nor were they finished with the setting sun. Even to the dark dominions of the night he took his way, through forests void of light, and dared amidst the trembling ghosts to sing, and stood before inexorable king. Infernal troops like passing shadows glide, and, listening, crowd the sweet musician's side. Not flocks of birds when driven by storms, or night, stretch to the forest with so thick a flight. Men, matrons, children, and unmarried maid, the mighty heroes more majestic shade, and youths on funeral piles before their parents laid. All these Cocytus bounds with squalid reeds, with muddy ditches, and with deadly weeds, and baleful Styx encompasses around, with 9 slow circling streams, unhappy ground. Even from the depths of hell the damned advance, infernal mansions nodding seem to dance. The gaping 3-mouthed dog forgets to snarl, the furies hearken, and their snakes uncurl. Ixion seems no more his pains to feel, but leans attentive on his standing wheel. All dangers past, at length the lovely bride in safety goes, with her melodious guide, longing the common light again to share, and draw the vital breath of upper air. He first, and close behind him followed she, for such was Proserpine's severe decree. When strong desires impatient youth invade, by little caution and much love betrayed, a fault which easy pardon might receive, were lovers judges, or could hell forgive. For near the confines of ethereal light, and longing for the glimmering of a sight, unwary lover cast his eyes behind, forgetful of the law, nor master of his mind. Straight all his hopes exhaled in empty smoke, and his long toils were forfeit for a look. 3 flashes of blue lightning gave the sign of Covenants broke, 3 peals of thunder join. Then thus the bride, what fury seized on thee, unhappy man, to lose thyself and me? Dragged back again by cruel destinies, an iron slumber shuts my swimming eyes. And now farewell, involved in shades of night. Forever I am ravished from thy sight. In vain I reach my feeble hands, to join in sweet embraces, ah! No longer thine. She said, and from his eyes the fleeting fair returned like subtle smoke dissolved in air, and left her hopeless lover in despair. In vain, with folding arms, the youth essayed to stop her flight and strain the flying shade. He prays, he raves, all means in vain he tries. With rage inflamed, astonished with surprise. But she returned no more, to bless his longing eyes. Nor wowed infernal ferryman once more. Be bribbed, to waft him to the farther shore. What showed he do, who twice had lost his love? What notes invent, what new petitions move? Her soul already was consigned to fate. And shivering in the leaky sculler sate. For 7 continued months, if fame say true. The wretched swain his sorrows did renew. By Strymon's freezing streams he sate alone. The rocks were moved to pity with his moan. Trees bent their heads to hear him sing his wrongs. Fierce tigers couched around, and lolled their fawning tongues. So, close in poplar shades, her children gone. The mother nightingale laments alone. Whose nest some prying churl had found, and thence, by stealth, conveyed unfeathered innocence. But she supplies the night with mournful strains. And melancholy music fills the plains. Sad Orpheus thus his tedious hours employs. Averse from Venus, and from nuptial joys. Alone he tempts the frozen floods, alone. Unhappy climes, where spring was never known. He mourned his wretched wife, in vain restored. And Pluto's unavailing boon deplored. The Thracian matrons, who the youth accused. Of love disdained, and marriage rites refused. With furies, and nocturnal orgies furred. At length, against his sacred life conspurred. Whom even the savage beasts had sparred, they killed. And strewed his mangled limbs about the field. Then, when his head, from his fair shoulders torn, washed by the waters, was on Hebrus borne. Even then his trembling tongue invoked his bride. With his last voice, Eurydice, he cried. Eurydice, the rocks and river banks replied. This answer Proteus gave, nor more he said. But in the billows plunged his hoary head. And where he leaped, the waves in circles widely spread. The nymph returned, her drooping son to cheer. And bade him banish his superfluous fear. For now, said she, the cause is known, from whence thy woe succeeded, and for what offense. The nymphs, companions of unhappy maid, this punishment upon thy crimes have laid. And sent a plague among thy thriving bees. With vows and suppliant prayers their powers appease. The soft Nepean race will soon repent their anger, and remit the punishment. The secret in an easy method lies. Select 4 brawny bulls for sacrifice, which on Lycaeus graze, without a guide. Add 4 fair heifers yet in yoke untried. For these, for altars in their temple rear. And then adore the woodland powers with prayer. From the slain victims pour the streaming blood. And leave their bodies in the shady wood. 9 mornings thence, Lethean poppy bring. Appease the manes of the poet's king. And to propitiate his offended bride. A fatted calf. And a black ewe provide. This finished, to the former woods repair. His mother's precepts he performs with care. The temple visits, and adores with prayer. For altars raises, from his herd he culls. For slaughter, for the fairest of his bulls. For heifers from his female store he took. All fair, and all unknowing of the yoke. 9 mornings thence, with sacrifice and prayers. The powers attend, he to the grove repairs. Behold a prodigy. For from within, the broken bowels, and the bloated skin, a buzzing noise of bees their ears alarms. Straight issue through the sides assembling swarms. Dark as a cloud they make a wheeling flight. Then on a neighboring tree, descending, light. Like a large cluster of black grapes they show. And make a large dependence from the bough. Thus have I sung of fields, and flocks, and trees. And of the waxen work of laboring bees. While mighty Caesar, thundering from afar, seeks on Euphrates' banks the spoils of war. With conquering arts asserts his country's cause. With arts of peace the willing people draws. On the glad earth the golden age renews. And his great father's path to heaven pursues. While I at Naples pass my peaceful days, affecting studies of less noisy praise. And bold, through youth, beneath the beechen shade, the lays of shepherds, and their loves have plaid. The end.